Jai Shri Mataji. Srimad Devi Bhagavath. If you want to know who Adi Shakti is, read Devi Bhagavath, said by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Sankalpam. Mama Atmanaha Sahajayogi Kutumbanam Atmonnati Prityartham Moksha Prapti Prityartham Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devyai Pujanam Karishe. The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavath.
Chapter 9, Episode 1. Description of Devi Prakriti. Her 5 great aspects and her partial and fractional forms. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Ganesh Janani, mother of Ganesh, Durga, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Savitri and Radha, these 5 goddesses are called Prakriti. They support the creation. Naradji asked, O foremost of knowers, from where did Prakriti manifest? How is her form? What are her qualities and why is she of 5 kinds? Kindly tell me everything about the description of these Devis, the proper way to do their puja, their attributes and the places where they manifested. Bhagwan Narayan says, Vatsya, Pra means Prakrisht, natural or innate, and Kriti means the creation or construction. Therefore, the one who is supremely competent in creating the universe is called Devi Prakriti. Pra signifies the preeminent Sattvagun, Kri signifies the Rajogun, and Ti signifies the Tamogun. She who embodies the Trigunatmika, she uses the energy of the Supreme Shakti and accomplishes the creation. She is the principal Prakriti. Pra means existing in the beginning and Kriti means creation. The Devi who existed when the creation began, it is called Prakriti. At the moment of creation, Parabrahma Paramatma manifested in 2 forms, Prakriti and Purush. The half on the right side was Purush and the half on the left side was Prakriti. That same Prakriti was Brahma Swarupa, everlasting and eternal. All the qualities and attributes of Parabrahma Paramatma exist within Prakriti. Just like the properties of heat and burning exist in fire. And this is why supreme yogis do not differentiate between male and female. Narad, they maintain that truth and untruth, Sat, Asat, real and unreal is all composed of Brahma. Bhagwan Shri Krishna is Sarva Tantra Swatantra, verily the Shastras and independent and self-willed. As soon as there awakens within him a desire to create, then immediately the Mool Prakriti Parameshwari, the origin, manifests her form. Then, on the command of the Adi Shakti, she divides into 5 forms. Accomplishing various kinds of creation is their prime function. Bhagavati Prakriti takes various forms according to the desires of her bhaktas and for their benevolence. She, who is the mother of Sri Ganesh, Bhagavati Durga, is called Shiv Swarupa. She is the beloved wife of Bhagwan Shankar. She is also known as Narayani, Vishnu Maya, and Purna Brahma Swarupini. Brahma and all the gods, all the munis, and Manu all offer puja to her. She looks after the needs of all. Narrations about her are extremely holy. It is her nature to grant glory, auspiciousness, happiness, moksha and joy. She removes sorrow, pain and anxiety. She is always engaged in protecting all those who come to her for refuge. She is effulgent and a constant stream of light. She is called the giver of light. The energy of Surya has been given by her. She constantly gives energy to Shankar. These are some of her names: Siddheshwari, Siddhirupa, Siddhi, Ishwari, Buddhi, Nidra, Shuddha, hunger, Pipasa, thirst, Chaya, reflection, Tandra, fatigue, Daya, mercy, Smriti, recollection, Jati, caste or lineage, Shanti, tolerance, Bhranti, delusion, Shanti, peace, Kanti, beauty, Chetana, consciousness, Tushti, satisfaction, Pushti, nourishment, Lakshmi, wealth, Griti, fulfillment, and Maya, illusion. Shri Krishna is Parabrahma Paramatma. She resides beside him in the form of Shakti. In the Shrutis, scriptures, her praises have been sung. She is eternal, without any beginning and without end. So also are her qualities. Now I will describe her second form. Listen carefully. She who is pure is Param Swarupa. She is called Bhagavati Lakshmi. She is called the Shakti of Param Prabhu Shri Hari. All the wealth and prosperity in the world is her form. She is called the giver and protector of all the wealth and assets of the world. She is most beautiful, the embodiment of forbearance and restraint, peace-giving, manifesting the highest qualities and radiating auspiciousness. She is totally devoid of flaws and blemishes like greed, attachment, desires, anger, arrogance, conceit and pride. She grants favors and boons to her devotees, and it is her nature to love Sri Hari. For all women, she is the perfect example of Pativrata, devoted wife. Sri Hari loves her as dearly as life. She never utters any words which are unpleasant or disagreeable. All grains and fruits are her form. For the specific purpose of sustaining life, she has assumed this form. This most chaste and virtuous Devi Mahalakshmi resides in Vaikunt with her Lord Sri Hari. She reigns in heaven as Swarga Lakshmi, among kings as Raj Lakshmi, and among mortal householders as Griha Lakshmi. The glory and dignity of all the material prosperity of the world comes from her. She is exceedingly pleasing to behold. The luster and honor of Punya Atmas, great realized souls, is her image. She is the royal dignity in kings. She presides over traders as business and commerce. Her Shakti even permeates sinners and wrongdoers. At one time, she had descended on this earth in the form of a mare. This has been mentioned in the Vedas. All bear witness to this, and she is worshipped in this form. Narad, now I will tell you about the other forms of the Devi. That Shakti of Parabrahma Parameshwar which gives Vani, sound of speech, Buddhi, intelligence, Vidya, knowledge, and Gyan, awareness, comprehension, is called as Saraswati. All knowledge is her form. It is by her grace that human beings are endowed with intelligence, poetry, sense, brilliance, and Smaran Shakti, memory. It is her nature to establish the truth of dogmas and principles. She is the knowledge and the knower. By her grace, all doubts are dispelled. She is also called the causal for thinking and composing. She is Shakti Swarupa, divine energy. Swar, Sangeet and Tal, notes, music and rhythm are all her forms. All things perceived by the senses, all knowledge and all sound are composed of her. Every Vani is supported and sustained by her. She presides over all debates and discussions and is the embodiment of peace. She bears in her hands a veena and a book. Her form is pure truth. She is wholly occupied and intent on supporting morality and virtuous conduct, and she is dear to Bhagwan Shri Hari. Her lustre and splendor is like snow, camphor, sandalwood, jasmine, chandrama, lily and lotus. She puts a garland of gemstones on Shri Hari and worships him. She is the embodiment of penance and austerity, Tapomayi. She is always anxious to grant boons to great tapasvis. Spiritual knowledge is granted by her. If she withdraws her Shakti, Brahman becomes mute and speechless and as lifeless as a corpse. She is called Tritiya Devi, the third. In the Shrutis, scriptures, she is called Bhagavati Jagadamba. Narad, there are other Devis also. I will tell them to you as they are in the Vedas. Listen, she is the mother of the four classifications. The Chand and the Vedas have come from her. O wise Narad, Sandhya Vandan, salutations, prayers and praises enjoined to be made 3 times a day by Dvijas. And Tantras, mystic formulas, have all been created and constituted by her. For the classes to worship her, she has assumed this form. She is Jap Rupa, embodiment of all the forms of praise, vessel filled with Brahma Tej, divine spirit, and the composer of all codes of conduct, and the supreme cleanser and purifier. This most pure and spotless form is called Savitri or Gayatri. She is beloved of Brahma. All the holy places, that is, Tirthastans, depend on her for their cleansing properties. Her lustre is like that of a flawless gem. Her form radiates truth and purity. She is most pleasing to behold. She is eternally beautiful. She is Parabrahma Swaroop. It is her nature to grant moksha. She is the primordial mother who contains Brahma Shakti. The dust of her lotus feet is sufficient to vibrate and purify the whole creation. Narad, this was the description of the 4th aspect of the Devi. Now listen as I tell you about the 5th. She is dearer than life to Paramatma Shri Krishna. Of all the Devi forms, she is the most beautiful. All the virtues and graciousness abide in her. She is exceedingly auspicious, Param Saubhagyavati, and full of dignity and majesty. She is the female half of Parabrahma, that is, Vamardhang. She is also called Paravara, Sarbhuta, Paramadhya, Sanatini, Paramanandrupa, Dhanya, Manya, and Puja. She is the presiding deity over the divine play of the Ras Mandal of Shri Krishna. As she resides in Golok, the abode of Shri Krishna, she is called Devi Raseshwari and Surseka. She loves to play Ras and abides there in the form of gopis. She is the form of divine joy. She is the embodiment of happiness and contentment. She is Nirguna, attributeless, beyond the three gunas and the three nadis. She is consciousness, devoid of all the qualities and attributes of the mind. She is Nirlepa, untouched by various karmas and dualism. She is Nirakara, formless, beyond the five elements. She is Atma Swarupini, Nirmal Atma, and she is devoid of desire and ego. For the benevolence of her bhaktas, she takes forms and incarnations. It is only through the thoughtless meditation that she can be experienced on the central nervous system. Indra, Buddha, Surendra, Munindra, and all the gods never succeeded in beholding her with outward vision. Charma Chakshu. She is draped in blue garments and adorned with dazzling ornaments. Her lustre is greater than crores of moons. Her entire form is full of Aishwarya, divine grandeur and majesty. She is constantly engaged in the service of Bhagwan Shri Krishna because of all her possessions, he is the most precious. She took birth in the house of Vrishbhanu as his daughter. When her lotus feet touched the ground, the earth became blessed and purified. Muni, the Devi who could never be seen by Brahma and all the gods, is now taking a form that will be visible to all in Bharatvarsh. She reigns on the chest of Shri Krishna and looks like lightning in the cloudy blue sky. Brahma performed severe penance and tapasya for 60,000 years to receive the boon of a darshan of her toenail, by which he would be blessed and purified. But even in her dreams he could not get this darshan, leave alone a darshan in wakeful state. It is due to that tapasya that this Devi has manifested in Vrindavan before the Lord. This fifth form of the Devi is Bhagavati Radha. The Devi Prakriti has multifarious forms in her manifestations as whole, partial or fractional. In all the worlds, females are recognized as her form. They are called Bhagavati Vidya. Now I will tell you the main divisions or portions of these Devis. Listen carefully with full attention. The most holy river which purifies Bhumandal is the Ganga. It is an important part. This ancient Ganga is in the form of water. She was created out of the form of Sri Vishnu. She is the burning fire which turns to ashes the sinful fuel which instigates sinners to sin. Those who bathe in these cleansing waters, those who drink these holy waters, get liberated from the ties of the world and attain the lotus feet of the Almighty. She is the staircase to Golok. She is the foremost among all holy rivers and places of pilgrimage. She descended from heaven into the jata, matted locks of Bhagwan Shankar. From there, she fell in cascades towards Bharatvarsh. Her sole purpose of coming was to help tapasvis to complete their disciplines of tapasya. Her purity and goodness causes her to appear like the moon, the white lotus, or like pure white milk. There is absolutely no filth and ego, not even traces. This chaste and pure Ganga is very dear to Bhagwan Narayan. Shri Tulasi is another partial manifestation of Prakriti Devi. She is Vishnupriya. It is her main purpose to decorate Shri Vishnu. She abides at the lotus feet of Shri Vishnu. At the start of tapasya, vows or pujas, she is always offered first and last. She is considered foremost among flowers to be offered during auspicious occasions. She represents the ultimate surrender and just by its offering, one gets entitled to a place in Paramdham. In order to burn the dry wood of sin and temptation, she has manifested as burning fire. Her appearance on this earth has purified Bhumi. Before undertaking a pilgrimage, she should be worshipped. Where she does not exist, there nothing succeeds. Whatever one desires while worshipping her, that gets fulfilled. She who has manifested as a plant in Bharatvarsh is the manifestation of Kalpavriksha. She has come to Bharatvarsh to bless and please her devotees. She should be worshipped. One more important form of the Devi is called Jarat Karu. She incarnated as the daughter of Kashyap ji. She has the good fortune to be the Shishya of Bhagwan Shankar and became a learned woman of the highest order. Nagraj Sesh, king of the serpents, acknowledged her as his sister. All serpents honor and respect her. She who has a serpent as her conveyance is called Nageshwari or Nagmata. All the important serpents accompany her, and she also wears serpents as ornaments. Nagraj sings stutis to her in worship. She is the form of Siddhi and Yoga. Her reclining couch is a serpent. She is Vishnu Swarupini. She is constantly engaged in the worship of Shri Hari. She is of the form of Tapasya. She is very fond of granting the fruits of Tapasya to holy men. She herself performs Tapasya. She meditated on Bhagwan Shri Hari for 3 lakh years. Of all the Tapasvis and Tapasvinis of Bharatvarsh, she is the greatest. She is the creator of all the mantras. Her form dazzles with the brilliance of Brahma Tej. She is called Parabrahma Swarupa. She is constantly in meditation on Brahma. Jarat Karumuni is an Ansh, partial manifestation of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. By her grace, one can always remain chaste and pure. She is the mother of the great Tapasvi Muni Astik. Narad, one important part of Prakriti Devi, is called Devsena. She is the foremost among Mantrikas. She is called Bhagavati Shashti. She bestows progeny and she has given birth to Triloki. She is Shashtansh, 6th part of Prakriti Devi, and for this reason she is called Shashti Devi. When pujas are performed for the boon of having children, she is the one who is worshipped. Throughout the year she is worshipped. After a child is born, on the 6th day she is to be worshipped. This is an ancient practice. Some offer puja on the 21st day also. When munis offer pranams, she fulfills all the desires. She is the greatest mother. She is full of compassion and constantly protects her bhaktas wherever they may be, on the ground, in the water, or in the air. Another important division of Prakriti Devi is called Mangal Chandi. She manifested from the mouth of Prakriti Devi. During the creation, she presides as auspiciousness, and during dissolution, she takes the form of anger and destruction. For this reason, she is called Mangal Chandi. On Tuesdays, she is worshipped throughout the world. By her grace, her bhaktas get blessed with children, grandchildren, wealth, fame, and auspiciousness. When she is pleased, she grants the wishes of all women. The same Bhagavati Maheshwari, when she is enraged, can destroy the whole creation in one instant. Devi Kali is an important part of Prakriti Devi. Her eyes are like lotus petals. During the war against negative forces, when Bhagavati Durga was confronted by the Rakshasas, Shumb and Nishumbh, This Devi Kali manifested out of the locks of Bhagavati Durga. She is considered one half of Devi Durga. She is effulgent like a crore of suns. Of all the Shaktis, she is the most powerful. There is no one stronger than her. She is a great devotee of Shri Krishna and constantly meditates on him. Her body is also dark like Shri Krishna. If she so desires, she can destroy the whole creation with one breath. For her own entertainment and for the protection of the world, she always fights wars with the Daityas. When she is worshipped, she grants dharma, arth, desires and moksha. Brahma and all the gods, as also Munis, Manu and all beings worship her and honor her. Bhagavati Vasundhara is also a part of Devi Prakriti. She is the support of the whole world. She is also called Sarvashasya, Ratnakara and Ratnagarbha, the earth. She sustains kings and common men. For this purpose, she has manifested as the support of life. Without her, the entire creation will cease to exist. Munivar, I will tell you about all the powers of Prakriti Devi and her forms and also whose Shaktis they are. Devi Swaha is the wife of Agni. She is worshipped throughout the world. Without her, the gods cannot receive the oblations offered in pujas and havans. The wife of Yagya is Dakshina. She is honored by all. Without her, there are no fruits of actions. Swada is the wife of the ancestors. The Munis, Manu, and all humans offer puja to her. If she is not invoked when offering oblation to the forefathers, the ceremony becomes null and void. The wife of Vayu is Devi Swasti. She is honored in all the worlds. Without her, there can be no offering and receiving. Pushti is the wife of Ganesh. The whole earth worships her. Without her, there is no energy in man or woman. Tushti is the wife of Anant. Without her, there can be no satisfaction in the world. The wife of Ishan is Sampatti. She is honored by Devas and men. Without her, the world would be stricken and wrenched. Dhriti is the wife of Kapil Muni. She gives courage and fortitude. Sati is known as the wife of Satya. She is loved and respected by all. She gives the relationships. The great Sadhvi Daya is the wife of Moh. She is worthy of love and worship. Without her, there is no purpose in life. It is fruitless. Pratishta is the wife of Punya. She gives punyas to all. Without her, the whole world is like living dead. Kriti is the wife of Sukarma. The very favored and fortunate always worship her. Without her, there can be no fame and glory. Kriya is the wife of Udyog. In her absence, there ceases to be rules, precepts, formulas, rites, or ceremonies. The wife of Adharmi is called Mithya. All cheats and deceivers respect her. During Satya Yuga, she was latent and invisible. In Treta Yuga, she was appeared in subtle forms. In Dwapar Yuga, she manifested half of herself. But in Kaliyuga, she has grown massive and gross. She persistently and intractably establishes her supremacy. Her brother is called Kapat, fraud, hypocrite. Together, both of them hover about in every household. Shanti and Lajja, bashful modesty, are the wives of Sushil. If they are not present, human beings behave demented and intoxicated. Gyan has three wives: Buddhi, Meda, comprehension, and Dhriti, firmness of mind. If these abandon us, then the whole world will be like imbeciles and insane people. The wife of Dharam is Murti. She is most pleasing and beautiful. Without her Shakti and support, Paramatma becomes incapable and ineffective. Shri Lakshmi gets her luster and beauty from her. She manifests as Shri and Murti. She commands the highest respect, prosperity, and worship. The name of Rudra's wife is Kalagni. She is also called Yog Nidra. She gives sleep and rest at night to all living beings. Kal has 3 wives: Sandhya, Ratri, and Din, daytime. Without them, Brahma would be incapable of making calculations. Kshuda, hunger, and Pipasa, thirst, are the wives of Lobh, avarice. They are worthy of respect and honor. Without them, the whole world would be sunk in anxiety. Prabha, lustre, and Dahika, conflagration, are the wives of Tej, effulgence, radiance. Without them, Brahma would not be able to create. Jwar, sickness, has 2 wives: Jara, old age, and Mrityu, death. They are daughters of Kal, time. Even though they are lovable, they are disliked by all. If they did not exist, the regulation and functioning of the universe would be disturbed and put out of gear. The daughter of Nidra is Tandra, drowsiness. This and Preeti, enjoyment, gratification, are very pleasing to Sukh, contentment. This world, which has been created to a particular mode and formula, is pervaded by these 2. The most worshipful Shraddha and Bhakti are the spouses of Vairagya, freedom from worldly desires. By their presence and grace, the whole world can attain moksha. The mother of the Devas, Aditi, the one who produces cows, Surabhi. The mother of the Daityas, Diti, Kadru, Vinta, and Dhanu, all these Devis assist Shrishti in the work of creation. They are known as Kala, technique of Bhagavati Prakriti. There are many more Kalas of the Devi. Listen and I will tell you about them. The wife of Chandrama is Rohini, and the wife of the sun is Sanghya, consciousness. The wife of Manu is Shatrupa. The wife of Brihaspati was Tara, and the wife of Vasisht is Arundhati. Ahalya is the wife of Gautam. Anasuya is the wife of Atri. The wife of Kardam Muni is Devhuti, and Prasuti is the wife of Daksh. The human daughter of the Pitras, ancestors, Menaka, is also known as the daughter of Ambika. Everyone knows Lopamudra, Kunti, and the wife of Kuber. Also the wife of Varun is well known. The wife of Bali is Vindhyavalli. The other Kalas of Bhagavati Prakriti are Kanta, Damyanti, Devaki, Gandhari, Draupadi, Shaibhya, Satyavati, Vrishabhanupriya, the mother of Radha, the virtuous Yashoda, Mandodhari, Kausalya, Subhadra, Revati, Satyabhama, Kalindi, Lakshmana, Jambavati, Nagnajiti, Mitravinda, Rukmini, Sita, who was Swayam Lakshmi, Kali, the mother of Vyas, the Mahasati Yojan Gandha, Bhanputri, Usha, her friend Chitralekha, Prabhavati, Bhanumati, Mayavati, mother of Parshuram, Renuka, mother of Balram, Rohini, and Eknanda, was also the sister of Shri Krishna, the great Sadhvi Durga, and also all the Gram Devis worshipped in the villages. All the women of the world should be recognized as part of partial divisions of the kalas of Bhagavati Prakriti. Any dishonor or debasement towards women is an act of irreverence and contempt upon Devi Prakriti. Whoever performs puja accompanied by husband and son and offers sandal paste, clothes, and decorations to a Brahmani gets the blessings of a puja to Sakshat Bhagavati Prakriti. Women of all levels, first, middle, and lower qualities are all limbs of Devi Prakriti. And great women of virtuous conduct and chaste wives are considered the quintessence of Prakriti Devi. They are of first class. Those women who enjoy pleasures manifest rajas qualities and are classified as medium. They are always engaged in acquiring pleasures and comforts. The women who have come out of the tamas division of Devi Prakriti are considered inferior. Their lineage is unknown. Their countenance is unsightly. They are cunning, deceitful, willful, and arbitrary, and extremely quarrelsome. In the world, they are called as unchaste hussies or prostitutes. Narad, I have described to you all the aspects of Devi Prakriti. Bharatvarsh is a very holy land. All aspects of the Devi who put their lotus feet on earth have received honor and worship in Bharatvarsh. Durga destroys Durgati, adversities and calamities in the course of events. Raja Surat was the first to worship this aspect of the Devi. Later, Sri Rama worshipped her for strength to kill Ravan. After this, Bhagavati Jagdamba was worshipped in all the three lokas. She first manifested in the house of Daksh. After killing the Daityas, when she saw her Swami being insulted, she surrendered her body into the flames of the Yagya. Then she took birth in the house of Himalaya. She married Bhagwan Shankar. Her two sons were Ganesh and Skand. Ganesh is also called the son of Shri Krishna. Skand is also Vishnuputra. Narad. After this, Raja Mangal was the first to worship Devi Bhagavati in the form of Lakshmi. Then, in the three lokas, she was worshipped by Devatas, Munis, and Manavs, humans. Raja Ashwapati was the first to worship the Devi Savitri. Then all the gods, including Brahmins and great Munis, began to worship her. Brahma was the first to worship Saraswati. After that, this Devi Saraswati became the object of worship for all the gods and Munis. For the first time in Golok, during the Ras Mandal, Bhagavati Radha was worshipped. Accompanied by Gopas, Gopikas, Gop Kumars and Kumaris, and dressed in fine garments and ornaments, Shri Krishna worshipped Radha. It was Kartiki Purnima, 8th lunar month, and the moon was silvery bright. Even the cows of Golok participated. Then, with the permission of the Lord, Brahma and all the Devatas, as well as the Munis, with great devotion and happiness, began to shower flowers and chant verses of worship and obeisance. On the earth, Raja Suyagya was the first to perform puja to Bhagavati Radha. He lived in the holy land of Bharatvarsh. He had been advised by Bhagwan Shankar to worship Radha Devi. Then, with the permission of Shri Krishna, the Munis of the Triloki offered flowers, incense, and other fragrant articles of worship. All the aspects of Bhagavati Jagdamba that have manifested, all of them are worshipped with great devotion and recognition and reverence. Muni, that is how the system of Gram Devis deity of a village, evolved. I have narrated to you the most auspicious description of the various aspects of the Devi which have manifested. They are all authenticated in the Vedas. Now, what else do you desire to hear? Chapter 9, Episode 2, Manifestation of Chinmay Devi from Parabrahma Shri Krishna and Shri Radha. Naradji said, Prabhu, you have graciously told me in concise form the description of all the aspects of the Devi. For me to fully comprehend, please be kind and tell it to me in greater detail. At the time of creation, how did Bhagavati Adishakti manifest? O great and learned one, who are fully conversant with the Vedas, why is the Devi called Panchvid, creator? It is said that all life forms have manifested from the divisions and parts and fractions of Trigunatmika. Who was Trigunatmika? I desire to know how the Devi's various forms manifested, how to worship, how to meditate, how to sing stutis, stotras, Kavach, her grandeur, majesty, and auspicious valor. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Atma, Akash, Kal, time, Disha, directions, Vishwagol, spirits, and Golok Dham, abode of Shri Krishna, are all eternal. There is no beginning and no end. In Golok Dham, there is one more, Vaikuntha Dham. Only the meek and humble can enter here. In the same way, Prakriti is eternal, without beginning and without end. She is the eternal companion of Parabrahma. Just as heat and flame is always present in fire, pleasing beauty is present in Chandrama and the lotus, and radiance and brilliance exist in Surya, in the same way Prakriti is a part and parcel of Paramatma. She can never be separated. Just as without gold a goldsmith cannot make ornaments, and without clay a potter cannot make a pot, in the same way, without the energy of Shakti of Prakriti, Paramatma cannot create. By whose Shakti Shri Hari remains all powerful, it is Shri Prakriti Devi herself who is Shakti Swarupa. Within Prakriti there exists intelligence, energy, and prowess. She permeates these qualities into Paramatma. Therefore, she is called Shakti Devi. She is completely possessed of the qualities of Nirmal Vidya, Samriddhi, prosperity, success, Sampati, wealth, Yash, fame, honor, Bhal, strength, and Aishwarya, glory, majesty. And for this reason she is called Shakti. She never withdraws herself. She reigns supreme with Paramatma. Therefore, she is also designated the title Bhagwan. This Sarvatantra Swatantra, one who knows all the Shastras, one who is independent and unrestrained, Prabhu, is both formless and with form. The Nirakar, formless state, is extremely lustrous and brilliant. Yogis constantly meditate on this. It is also said that Parabrahma and Ishwar are one and the same. The form is exceedingly pleasing. No one can see him, but he sees all. He is omniscient, the causal of all causes, omnipresent, and existing in all forms. This Brahma is in the center of all the brilliant Tej Mandal, heavenly bodies. When he desired to manifest in Sakar Roop, in form, he appeared in a most fascinating and divine form. He comes as a boy, Kishore Avastha, of 10 or 11 years. He is peaceful. All his limbs are delicate. There is no one more glorious in the whole creation. He is blue like a water-filled cloud. His big, gentle eyes are like the lotuses which bloom in Sharad Kal, autumn. His row of teeth resemble the most beautiful pearls. Peacock feathers adorn his crown. Wearing a garland of malati flowers, he appears to be smiling. His nose is straight and noble. This most pleasing Prabhu has come on earth to grant benevolence to his devotees. Like the color of burning flames, he is covered in pure pitambar, yellow silk cloth. His 2 arms wear gem-studded ornaments. He holds a flute in his hands. He is the refuge of all, the Lord of all, the most powerful and all-pervading. It is his nature to grant benevolence to all. He is called as Siddhi, Siddhesh, Siddhikarak and Paripurnatma Brahma. He is the God of gods and the saints meditate on him. By his grace, one gets freed of the effects of birth, death, old age, disease, sorrow and fear. The duration of life of Brahma is equal to the twinkling of his eye. He is verily Parabrahma Shri Krishna. Krishi means which encompasses and Na means devotion. Therefore, one who awakens the all-encompassing devotion is the one who can be called Krishna. Krish is all-encompassing and Na is the seed of knowledge. Therefore, he is called the Adi Srashta, the primordial creator. Within himself, he had a desire to create. His Anshkal, that part of him which was time, caused him to become eager and intent. Spontaneously, he divided his form into 2 portions. The left is called the female and the right half is the male aspect. This primeval man looked upon the divine woman before him. Her entire being was beautiful like a freshly bloomed lotus. Her rounded hips challenged the reflection of the moon. Her waist was slender like the stem of the plantain tree. Her breasts were like sculpted Shrifal. Fragrant garlands of flowers covered her belly. Prabhu was greatly attracted and enamored by this beauty. She was in complete divine form. She sent a delicate, slanting gaze at the Lord. She was dressed in pure white robes and was adorned with divine ornaments. With eyes like a chakori, a partridge which is said to be enamored of the moon, she drank in the luster and beauty of the moon face of Shri Krishna. The face of Shri Krishna was so radiant and bright that it outshone even a crore of moons. That Devi wore a bindi of kasturi, musk, on the upper part of her forehead. On the lower part of her forehead, she was decorated with dots of chandan, sandal paste. In the center of her forehead, a bindi of sindoor enhanced her beauty. Her dark hair was luxuriant and curly. Entwined in her hair were garlands of malati flowers. She radiated a light of a crore of moons. Her graceful gait deflated the vanity of the swan and elephant. Shri Krishna is Rasik, one who appreciates beauty and elegance, and also the master of Ras, makes the divine energy circulate through everyone. He was so pleased with the Devi that he entered the Ras Mandal to dance the dance of joy and energy. They danced for a full year of Brahma. Then Shri Krishna rested. O most virtuous Narad, when the Ras ended, due to fatigue and due to the unbearable vibrations emanating from Shri Krishna, the Devi began to perspire and it flowed down in tiny streams. All the droplets that fell then became the sphere of the universe. The breath that she exhaled became Vayu, by which the whole world lives. Vayu resides within every living thing in the universe. Then Vayu became a corporeal body. From his left side there manifested a woman more dear than life. She bore 5 sons. They were Pran, Apan, Saman, Udan and Vyan. So there were these 5 Vayus and their 5 sons, the 5 vital airs. The perspiration flowed as water and Varun became the lord of the water. From the left half of Varun manifested his wife. At that time the almighty Shakti of Shri Krishna became with child. For 100 Manvantars, day of Brahma, her body glowed with the radiance and luster of Brahma. She was more dear to Shri Krishna than life. She always stayed by his side. Her place was on the chest of Shri Krishna. When the 100 Manvantars ended, she gave birth to a golden-hued boy child. He appeared most capable of supporting the world. But the Devi's face was full of sorrow as she beheld him. She took the child and put him in the unfathomable depths of Brahmand. Seeing that she had abandoned the child, Shri Krishna exclaimed, "This is a most despicable thing you have done. As a result of this action, from today you will become barren and never have children. And not only this, whatever goddesses manifest from you, in spite of having eternal youth, they will never see the face of a child." Just then, from the forepart of her tongue, there manifested a most beautiful maiden. Her complexion was white and she was dressed in white. She bore in her 2 hands a veena and a book. She had complete knowledge of all the Shastras. She was bedecked in gem-studded jewels. After a little while, this small Prakriti Devi divided into 2. From the left side Kamala was formed and from the right side Radhika. At that moment Shri Krishna also divided into 2. The left side remained a 2-armed form, the right side manifested as the 4-armed Vishnu. Then Shri Krishna said, "Devi Saraswati, you please become the wife of Vishnu. Radha will stay here. You will be blessed." In the same way he requested Lakshmi to accept Vishnu. The great protector and support of the universe took Saraswati and Lakshmi and left for Vaikuntha. Having manifested from Mool Prakriti Radha, both the Devis had no children. From the body of Narayan, many courtiers manifested. They were similar to Shri Hari in form, nature and lustre. In the same way, crores of female attendants manifested from the body of Lakshmi, who resembled her in every way. Munivar Narad. After this, countless Gopas came out of the pores of Golokeshwar Bhagwan Shri Krishna. They resembled Krishna in every way. He made them his attendants. From the pores of Shri Radha came countless Gop Kanyas. She made them all into her maids in waiting. They wore heavenly ornaments and were ever young. But they were also under the curse of Param Purush and never bore children. Then suddenly there manifested Devi Durga. She is the Maya of Bhagwan Vishnu. She is also called as Narayani, Ishani and Sarva Shakti Swarupini. She is the ruler of the Buddhi of Shri Krishna. All the goddesses emanate from her. This Ishwari is also called the Mool Prakriti. No part of her is incomplete. All the 3 attributes reside within her. She is of the color of heated gold. Her radiance is more than 1,000,000 of suns. Her face wears a slight smile. She has thousands of hands and each carries a weapon. She has 3 eyes. Her garments are of great purity and she is bedecked with ornaments. All womankind are one of her divisions. Her Maya captivates all the living beings. She gives grace and wealth to all. By her grace, bhakti is awakened by Bhagwan Shri Krishna. She is also Vaishnavi. It is her nature to grant moksha and give happiness to all. She reigns in heaven as Swarga Lakshmi and in the household as Griha Lakshmi. She resides with tapasvis as Tapasya, among kings as Shri, within fire as heat, within the sun as sunlight, and within the moon and the lotus as beauty. This embodiment of Shakti always resides with Paramatma Shri Krishna. It is only by her presence within that any Atma is capable of action. It is from her that the creation gets the power. If she withdraws, all living things cease to live. Narad, for this great tree of life, she is the seed, the state of being, of existing, intelligence, fruit, hunger, thirst, mercy, sleep, drowsiness, forgiveness, fame, peace, bashful modesty, nourishment, illusion, honor are all her forms. This Devi continuously sings praises to Sarvesh Shri Krishna. Radhikeshwar Shri Krishna has offered her a throne studded with gemstones. Mahamuni, at that time the god with 4 faces, Chaturmukh Brahma, arrived. He manifested with his Shakti from the lotus of the Nabhi of Sri Vishnu. The omniscient Brahma holds a Kamandal in his hand. All his 4 heads sang stutis to Shri Krishna. Then shining like 1,000 moons, wearing beautiful garments and adorned with divine ornaments and singing stutis to her husband, this most beautiful Shakti took her seat on the gem-encrusted throne that Shri Krishna had offered her. Just then Shri Krishna manifested in 2 forms. The left half of his body manifested as Mahadev, the right half remained as Gopipati Shri Krishna. The lustre of Shri Mahadev was like clear crystal. He shone with the splendor of 1,000 million suns. He bore in his hands the mighty bow and the trishul. His garment was made of tiger skin. He glowed like molten gold. He wore his matted hair in coils on his head, and his body was smeared with bhasma, ashes. The crescent moon was an ornament on his forehead. He smiled. His throat was blue, and he wore serpents as neck ornaments. In his right hand he held a mala of pure gemstones. With his 5 heads, he sang stutis to Brahmajyoti Swaroop Shri Krishna. Shri Krishna is the embodiment of truth, the Paramatma and Ishwar. He is the causal of all causes, the auspiciousness of all auspicious occasions. He is the victory over birth, death, old age, sickness, sorrow and fear. He is the death of death. For this, he is called Mrityunjay, one who has conquered death. After singing his stutis, the most auspicious Shankar ascended the gem-studded throne that was placed for him. Chapter 9, Episode 3. Manifestation of a Viraat Swaroop child out of the most complete Shri Krishna and his most powerful Shakti Shree Radha. Adi Shakti has revealed that this is Jesus, Yeshu Krisht. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, the child who was then in egg form remained in the waters of Brahmand Golok universe till the end of the lifespan of Brahma. Then, when the time came, he manifested in 2 forms. One remained in the form of matter and the other was born as a baby. Shri Adi Shakti has revealed that this is Jesus, Yeshu Krisht, and the other half that remained as matter is Shri Ganesha. He was so lustrous and radiant, he shone like a crore of suns. Not having received mother's milk, he began to cry for some time. His parents were nowhere to be seen, so he again went into the water. This ruler of 1,000 Brahmans was now an orphan and turned his gaze heavenwards. He was chubby and sturdy. He was Viraat. He shone with the radiance of the 16th part of Shri Krishna. This great child Viraat, who had taken birth from the great divine Radha, was the support of the universe. He is also called Mahavishnu. He was born in the primordial cosmic egg. Millions of universes are contained in his pores, and even Shri Krishna has no count of them. He is pure Pranava energy. Just as one cannot count the atoms and molecules of the creation, so also no one can count how many Brahmas, Vishnus, and others are contained within this child. Every Brahmand universe has a Brahma, a Vishnu, and a Shiva. Between Patal and Brahmalok, there are countless Brahmans. So how can one make a count? Above is Vaikuntha Lok. It is outside of Brahmand. Above this, at a distance of 50 crore yojans, lies Golok Dham. Just like Shri Krishna, this place is eternal and divine. Prithvi is decorated with 7 islands. Its beauty is enhanced by 7 oceans. There are also 49 smaller islands. One cannot count the number of mountains and forests. Above all and right on top are the 7 heavens including Brahmalok. Below lie the 7 hells. This is the description of Brahmand. Immediately above Prithvi is Burlok. Above that is Bhuvarlok. Beyond that is Swarlok. Then Janlok. Above that is Tapalok. Then Satyalok, and last of all is Brahmalok. Brahmalok shines like molten gold. These are all temporary and destructible. Some are within Brahmand and some are without. Narad, at the time of dissolution of Brahmand, all this gets destroyed. They are just like bubbles in the water which are not eternal. Golok and Vaikuntlok are eternal and indestructible. That child who is the embodiment of Virata contains in every pore countless Brahmands. In each Brahmand, there are separate Brahmas, Vishnus and Shivas. Son Narad, the Devatas number 3 crores. They are all pervading. The gods of the directions, the guardians of the directions, the planets, the stars are all included in this number. Bhumandal is divided into 4 classifications. Below is Naglok. All movable and immovable life forms exist here. Narad, this Viraat Swaroop child kept turning his gaze heavenwards. That primordial cosmic egg was empty. There was no other object nearby. He became concerned. Overcome with hunger, he began to cry. Then later, out of his inborn wisdom, he began to meditate upon Param Purush Shri Krishna. Immediately he was granted the vision of the eternal Brahma Jyoti. Within the bright Jyoti, the form of Shri Krishna was dark, like a rain-filled cloud. He had 2 arms. He wore pitambar, yellow robes. He had a murali, flute, in his hands. There was a smile on his face, and he seemed keen to grant compassion and benevolence. On beholding Pita Parameshwar, the Almighty Father, the child began to laugh. Then the great giver of boons, the most benevolent Shri Krishna said, "Son, may you become the ocean of knowledge like me. May you never know hunger and thirst. May you be the principle and the support of these countless universes that are within you. May you become Nishkami, free from all desires, Nirbhay, fearless, and the benefactor of all. May you never experience old age, death, disease, or sorrow. Then Shri Krishna whispered in the ear of the child 3 times the Shatakshar Mahamantra, mantra of 6 syllables. This foremost of mantras is the main body of the Vedas. The first sound is Om, the next 2 syllables are Krishna. In the end, Agni Patni Swaha gets intermingled. The mantra that emerges is Om Krishnaya Swaha. On chanting this mantra, all obstacles are destroyed and removed. Brahmaputra Narad, after initiating the child with the Maha Mantra, Param Prabhu Shri Krishna made arrangements for nourishment for the child. Listen carefully while I tell you. In every world, the worshippers of Vishnu make offerings and oblations, Naivedya, to the Lord. Out of this, a 16th part goes to Vishnu and the remaining 15 parts go to this child, because this child is the complete Virata form of Shri Krishna. The all-powerful and all-pervading Lord Shri Krishna then spoke to the child, Son, beside this, if you have any other desire, you may ask me for whatever you wish. I am eager to grant you every wish. At that time, the Virata himself was present in the form of the child. He gave a reply befitting the situation. The child said, Prabhu, the only boon I desire is that my attention should be firmly fixed and unswervingly on your holy lotus feet. Whether my life lasts for an instant or for eternity, I desire that throughout my life I have bhakti and shraddha for only you. All persons who are your devotees should be considered Jivan Mukt, free of worldly bonds. Those who deny you are dead, even though they live. The spiritually ignorant who do not have you in their hearts can never achieve anything with their outward jap, tap, yagyas, pujas, fasts, renunciations, charitable works and pilgrimages. Their whole life is a waste. Prabhu, as long as one is the pure spirit, the divine energy exists within him. Once the spirit withdraws, all the Shaktis also withdraw. O Supreme One, it is you who are the universal spirit, the pure, eternal, indestructible Brahma Jyoti Swaroop Adi Purush, primordial being. Narad, in this way the child expressed his heartful feelings. Then Shri Krishna replied in tones which were most pleasing to the ears. Bhagwan Shri Krishna said, Son, like me, may you also be eternal and steadfast. Countless Brahmas may come and go, but you will remain indestructible. In every Brahmand, you will reign supreme. From your Nabhi Kamal will manifest the Creator Brahma. From Brahma's forehead will emerge 11 Rudras. Being a part of Shiva, they will have the capacity to dissolve the creation. Out of the 11 Rudras, the one, who is Kalagni, will be the principal destroyer of the world. Then Vishnu will manifest out of the Rudras for the protection of the world. I will grant you a boon by which you will always have bhakti for me. In your meditation, you will always behold my supreme form. This is a promise. Your most pleasing and beautiful mother will reign on my heart. You will have a darshan of her as well. Son, I will now leave for Golok. You abide here. After this, Shri Krishna withdrew. He was in Golok the next instant. There he gave the necessary assignments to Brahma to create and Rudra to destroy negativities. Bhagwan Shri Krishna said, O Brahma, you must go and prepare for creation. Listen carefully. Within the pores of Mahavirat, there are countless Brahmans. Out of those, there is a small Brahmand. There is a Virat Purush reigning there, out of whose Nabi a lotus has emerged. You must manifest on that lotus. Then he turned to Rudra and said, Mahabhag Mahadev, you are very dear to me. In order to carry out the destruction of the negative forces, you must manifest from the forehead of Brahma. The rest of the time you should pass in tapasya. Narad, Jagatpati Shri Krishna spoke these words and became silent. Brahma and Shiva offered pranams and left. The waters of the primordial egg were still within the pores of the Mahavirat Purush. In that lives a plain Virat Purush who is a part of the Mahavirat. He is in a permanent state of youth. He is dark complexioned and wears pitambar. He reclines on a watery couch. He has a smile on his face. This pleasant-faced, all-pervading Prabhu is called Janardhan. It is from the lotus of his Nabi that Brahma manifests. In order to discover the source of this lotus, Brahma roamed for 1,00,000 yugas, but Narad, your father could not succeed in finding its origin. He became full of concern. Finally, he sat in his place and meditated on the lotus feet of Shri Krishna. In that state, he got a darshan of some part of Virat Purush. Within the primordial egg, he was reclining on a watery couch. Then he got a glimpse of that Param Purush Shri Krishna within whose pores the Brahman had manifested. He also got a glimpse of Golok Dham, complete with Gopas and Gopis. Then he sang Stutis to please Shri Krishna and got permission from him to start the great work of creation. First of all, Brahma created 4 Manas Putras, human sons. Then from Shiva there manifested 11 Rudras, destructive powers. And then the protector of the universe, Shri Vishnu, manifested from the left side of the Virat Purush. He presides over Shwet Dweep, the clear and faultless abode of Shri Vishnu. He has 4 arms. In this way, Brahma manifested on the Nabhi Kamal of Virat Purush and commenced his great work of creation. He created the Triloki, heaven, earth and Patal with its movable and immovable life forms. Narad, in each pore of the Mahavirat Purush there exist countless Brahmans. Each Brahman is presided over by a Virat Purush, a Brahma, a Vishnu and a Shiva and their supporting Devas. Brahman, I have just described to you the most auspicious story of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. This grants happiness and moksha to those who listen. Now, what else would you desire to hear? Chapter 9, Episode 4. The Puja procedure for worshipping Shree Saraswati and Kavach. Narad said, Bhagwan, by your grace, I had the good fortune to hear this nectar-filled story. Now please tell me in detail the Devis who are the material cause of the universe. Tell me the different ways in which they were worshipped. How the first worship started on earth. Which mantras are used for puja and which stotras are used in stutis, songs of praise. Which Devis granted what boons. I desire to know all these things and also the stotras, type of meditation, the effects and the divine stories of each of the Devis. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Ganesh Janani Durga, Radha, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Savitri, these 5 Devis are considered the natural cause of this creation, Srishti ki Prakriti. Worship of these Devis and the powerful effects are very well known. Their stories are like nectar and give benevolence and auspiciousness to all that hear them. Brahman, I am going to tell you about the Devis who were the prime divisions of creation. Prepare your attention and listen carefully. Munivar, the first thing that Bhagwan Shri Krishna did was to worship Saraswati, by whose grace even the most ignorant person becomes a Pandit, a learned person. The calm Swarupini Devi had expressed a desire to attain Shri Krishna. This Saraswati is said to be the mother of all. The all-knowing Bhagwan Shri Krishna was aware of her intention. He spoke to her words that are the truth, which are benevolent and which results in pure joy. Bhagwan Shri Krishna said, Sadhvi, you must go to Narayan. He is verily a part of me. He has 4 arms. Just like me, he is possessed of all virtues and beauty. He is eternally fresh and youthful. He is as beautiful as a crore of Kamadevas. He is adorned and decorated with divine finery and ornaments. He is omnipotent. I am the Lord of all. Everyone acknowledges my supremacy, but I cannot create obstacles in the desire of Radha. Because in form, brilliance, qualities and virtues, she is equal to me. Everyone values their life as precious. Then how can I abandon this Devi Radha, who is verily my life, and still be complete? O beautiful Devi, proceed to Vaikunth. It is for your benevolence to reside there. Accept the Almighty Vishnu as your Lord and live in joy and bliss forever. His consort Lakshmi is equal to you in virtues, beauty and lustre. In Lakshmi there is a complete absence of desire, anger, lust, attachment, pride and cruelty. You can live with her in peace and harmony. Vishnu will honor both of you equally. O resplendent and lustrous one, in every Brahmand, in the month of Magh, 11th month of the Hindu calendar, the occasion of Vidya Arambh, commencement of reading and writing, will be celebrated with an elaborate puja in your honor. You will be worshipped as the goddess of learning. As a result of this boon from me, from this day onwards till the dissolution of creation, you will be worshipped with 16 kinds of substances by human beings, Manus, Devas, Munis, Vasus, Yogis, Nagas, Gandharvas and Rakshasas. All those who desire pure knowledge will worship you in accordance with the puja procedures laid down by Rishi Kanv, who fostered Shakuntala in his hermitage. They will invite you into earthen pots and books. They will inscribe your Kavach on the Bhoj Patra, leaves of the birch tree, worship it with sandalwood and perfume, encase it in gold and wear it around the neck or right arm. During pujas you will be invoked with stutis and bhajans. Saying this, Shri Krishna himself performed puja to the goddess of learning. After that, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Anant, Dharm, Munishwar, Sanaggan, Devatas, Munis, Manugan and kings all began to worship the Devi. From then on, Goddess Saraswati began to be worshipped in all the worlds by all beings. Naradji said, O foremost knower of all the Vedas, please describe to me in detail all the protocols to be observed while worshipping Bhagavati Saraswati and also her Kavach, procedure for meditation, Naivedya, puja substances, flowers, perfumes, pastes, etc. to be used. My heart is filled with eagerness. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, I will tell you all that is prescribed in the Kanvashaka. In the month of Magh, the 5th day of the bright lunar fortnight is most auspicious for Vidyaram, commencement of reading and writing. In the morning after bath, one must maintain a meditative state and be temperate and moderate in actions. Install the Kalash and perform Ganesha Puja. Then, in a state of dhyan, meditation, invoke Ishtadeva Shri Saraswati and invite her to the place of puja. Then worship her with the Naivedyas prescribed in the Vedas: fresh butter, curds, milk, puffed paddy, till laddus, white sugarcane, sweets made from rice and jaggery, sugar candy, white sugar sweets, savories made in ghee, chivda, havishya anna, food to be taken during a sacrifice, savories made from atta of barley and wheat, fresh ripe bananas mashed with ghee and sugar, delicate sweets made from cooked rice, coconut and coconut water, kaseru, edible bear, and all seasonal fruits. These are the Naivedyas for the puja. Muni, the Devi should be offered white fragrant flowers and white sandal paste, new white clothes, and shank, conch. She should be garlanded with malas of white flowers and white ornaments. O most fortunate Muni, meditation on Bhagavati Saraswati is most joy-giving and removes all confusion and misconceptions. One must meditate in this way. The form of Shree Saraswati is pure and white and unstained. This most beautiful Devi is ever smiling. Her radiance is greater than a crore of moons. She is draped in dazzling white garments. In one hand she holds a veena and in the other she holds a book. She is adorned with ornaments studded with the most precious gems. She is worshipped by Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and all the gods. The greatest of Munis, Manu, and humans bow their heads in adoration of her lotus feet. To this Devi, Bhagavati Saraswati, I offer pranams again and again. Then, while reciting her Mool mantra, all offerings should be made and puja performed. Then recite the Kavach and then do Sashtang Pranam. Prostrate oneself like a fallen rod. The Mool mantra to be chanted is Shreem Hreem Saraswatyai Swaha. This mantra is considered the Kalpa Vriksh and is also used in the worship of goddess Lakshmi and Yogmaya by substituting the names. In ancient times, this mantra was given to Muni Valmiki by the ocean of compassion Bhagwan Narayan on the banks of the holy Ganga. The same mantra was given on a solar eclipse in the region of Pushkar by Parashuramji to Shukra. Then on a lunar eclipse, Marich was very pleased and gave this mantra to Brihaspati. In Badarikashram, by the grace of Brahma, this mantra became known to Brigu. Jarat Karu Muni lived near Kshir Sagar and there he taught it to Astiks. The most intelligent Rishi Shring received knowledge of this mantra from Vibhandak Muni on Meru Parvat. In a moment of joy, Shiva imparted this mantra to Kanva Muni of the clan of Gautam. Through the compassion of Surya, this mantra was given to Yaagyavalkya and Katyayan. The most fortunate sage was present in the court of Bali in Patal. It was there that he imparted this knowledge to Panini, that is, the celebrated saint who composed Ashtadhyayi, the wise Bharatvarsh and Shaktayan. It is only by repeating this mantra 4 lakh times that a non-realized human being can feel its effect. The blessing that this mantra bestows is pure divine knowledge, Nirmal Vidya, and one becomes as wise and knowledgeable as Brihaspati. O Holy One, the Kavach of Shree Saraswati grants victory over spiritual ignorance. The creator of the universe, Sri Brahma, resided on Mount Gandhamadhan and told this to Bhrigu Muni on his request. I will tell you the same. Listen carefully and with undisturbed attention. Bhrigu said, Brahman, you are the first Brahmagyani. You are the complete knowledge. You are the father of all creation. You are honored and worshipped by all. Please be benevolent to me and tell me the Kavach of Shree Saraswati, which is called as Vishwajal. This Kavach is the aggregate of all the mantras and most holy. Brahmaji said, Son, I will tell you this Kavach that fulfills all desires. Listen. This is the nectar of Shrutis, most joy-giving to the ears. It is mentioned in the Vedas where it is praised and supported. Raseshwar, Lord of the dance of energy, Bhagwan Shri Krishna was in residence in Golok. The Ras Mandal was going on in Vrindavan. That is the time Prabhu recited this Kavach to me. This Kavach, which compares with Kalpavriksha, grants protection and concealment. That which no one has heard, that mantra is contained in it. It is only by the effect of this Kavach that Bhagwan Shukracharya became the revered guru of the Daityas. Brahman, Brihaspati acquired all his great wisdom and Nirmal Vidya by the benevolence of this Kavach. Valmiki always chanted this Kavach and meditated on Bhagavati Saraswati. He got the honor of being called Kavindra and he became a very good orator. After invoking and surrendering to this Kavach, sages Kanad, Gautam, Kanva, Panini, Shaktayan, Daksh and Katyayan were successfully in their literary compositions. This Kavach so enlightened Krishna Dvaipayan Vyasdev that without any effort he divided the Vedas and wrote the Puranas. It is this Kavach that enabled sages Shardatap, Sanvarth, Vasisht, Parashar, Yaagyavalkya, Rishishring, Bharatvarsh, Astik, Deval, Jaigi Shavya and Yayati to make a complete study of all the scriptures and become honored and revered among men. The presiding sage is Prajapati. The meter is Brihati. The presiding deity is Mata Sharada. It embodies in entirety insight and knowledge of the essence of all things. It explains the significance and meaning of all spoken and unspoken expressions and is the fountain of all poetry and literature and arts. May Shreem Hreem Bhagavati Saraswati protect my head from all sides. May Vag Devata, goddess of the power of speech, protect my forehead. Om Hreem Bhagavati Saraswati, protect my ears. Om Shreem Hreem Bhagavati, protect my 2 eyes. May Aim Hreem Swarupini, goddess of Vani, voice and speech, protect my nostrils. May the embodiment of Hreem, the goddess of Vidya, knowledge, protect my lips. May Om Shreem Hreem Bhagavati Brahmi constantly protect my rows of teeth. May Aim, which is the single syllable mantra of Devi Saraswati, protect my throat and windpipe. May Om Shreem Hreem protect my neck and may Shreem forever protect my shoulders. May the goddess of knowledge, Devi Om Hreem Swarupini Saraswati, always protect my chest, Vakshthal. May the embodiment of knowledge, Devi Om Hreem, protect my Nabhi. May the Devi, who is the embodiment of Om Hreem Kleem, the goddess of Vani, protect my hands. May Om Swarupini Bhagavati Sarva Varnatmika protect both my legs. May Devi Om Vag grant protection to my entire body. May Om Swarupa Devi, who resides in the throat and windpipe of all beings, always protect me from the east. May she, who resides in the foremost part of the tongue of all beings, Om Swarupini Devi, protect me from the Agni cone southeast. Om Aim Hreem Kleem Saraswatyai Bujjananyai Swaha. This is called Mantra Raj. It is eternally present in this form. May this always protect me from the south. Aim Hreem Shreem. May this mantra of 3 syllables protect me from Nairitya cone southwest. May the Devi Om Aim Swarupini, who resides in the foremost part of the tongue, protect me from the west. May Om Swarupini Bhagavati Sarvambika protect me from Vayavya cone, the northwest. May the Devi, who is the embodiment of Om Aim Shreem Kleem, who resides in Gadya, unversified language, protect me from the north. May the Devi Aim Swarupini, who resides in all the Shastras, protect me from Ishan cone, the northeast. May the most worshipful Devi Om Hreem Swarupini protect me from above. May the Devi who resides in all books, Hreem Swarupini, protect me from below. May Devi Om Swarupa, who is the Granth Bij, seed of all knowledge of literary compositions, protect me from all the quarters. O fortunate and auspicious one, I have placed before you the precious Saraswati Kavach. This is verily the embodied form of countless Brahma mantras. This embodiment of Brahma is called as Vishwajay. A long time ago, on Gandhamadhan mountain, I had the privilege and blessing of hearing this from the voice of Dharam Dev. You are very dear to me, therefore I have told it to you. You should not divulge this to any unworthy person. A wise and deserving person who is desirous of knowing this should first take a bath and then worship the Guru by offering new clothes, sandal paste and other materials and offer pranams by prostrating the whole body. Then he should absorb the knowledge of this Kavach from the Guru. This Kavach becomes effective only after it is recited 5 lakh times. Then he becomes like Brihaspati in wisdom and knowledge. One gets proficiency in public speaking, becomes a prince of poets, and conquers the ignorance of the 3 worlds. He becomes victorious over all spiritual ignorance and obstacles. This is all mentioned in the Kanva Shaka. Now I will tell you about stotras, meditation, praises and pujas and all procedures. Prepare yourself and listen carefully. Chapter 9, Episode 5 Stuti to Bhagavati Saraswati by Yaagyavalkya. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, listen to the Stuti of Saraswati Devi which fulfills all desires. In ancient times, there was a famous Muni called Yagya. He performed Stuti to Bhagavati Saraswati. His guru had cursed him and destroyed all his knowledge. Greatly saddened, he retired to Lolark Kund, a most sacred place in Benares, which grants all pure desires. He did severe tapasya and in grief and sorrow sang stutis to Bhagwan Surya. Then the most powerful Surya gave him the knowledge of the Vedas and Vedang, its 6 subordinate branches. Surya Devata said, in order to acquire Smaran Shakti, memory power, you must do with great bhakti stutis to Bhagavati Saraswati. After saying this, Surya Bhagwan removed himself from sight. Then Yaagyavalkya Muni arose, took his ritual bath, and with great humility and bhakti, with bowed head, began to sing stutis to the Devi. Yaagyavalkya said, Jagan Mata, be compassionate to me. I have become very dull and spiritless. By the curse of my Guru, I have lost my power of memory. I have become devoid of spiritual knowledge. I am overcome by sorrow. Please give me knowledge, memory, and ability to impart knowledge to my Shishyas, proficiency in composing, and also please make me your Shishya. By your grace, make me a self-confident orator who can give discourses and lectures in gatherings of learned scholars and impart Nirmal Vidya to all. By some great misfortune, all my wisdom and knowledge got erased. Please be kind and restore it to me. In the same way that the gods germinate seeds hidden in the dust of the earth, you also revive my knowledge and wisdom. You are verily Brahma Swarupa, Supreme, Jyoti Swarupa, embodiment of light, eternal, the mother of all knowledge, and Bhagavati Saraswati. Obeisance to you again and again. You who reside as the magnitude and dimension within the Visarg, colon, Bindu, dot, and Matra, vowel sound, you who are its signs of morality, to you I offer pranams again and again. You are the word and the meaning. You are the composition and you are the interpreter. You are the comment and the explainer of the comment. You are the riddle and you are the solution. You are the numbers, and without you, even the greatest mathematicians cannot reckon. To that Devi, who is the embodiment of the tense and calculation of time, I bow again and again. I worship that Devi who is enlightened knowledge and who cuts the knot of confusion, illusion, and delusion, who is the power of memory, who is the giver of wisdom. To that Devi who is the power of intellect and who is the power of creativity, I offer pranams again and again. It happened once that Sanat Kumar, one of the 4 sons of Brahma, asked Brahma for knowledge. Brahma had no words and was silent. He could not expound Brahma Siddhant. Just then Bhagwan Shri Krishna himself appeared and said, Prajapati, acknowledge Bhagavati Saraswati as your presiding deity and sing her stutis. On receiving this advice from Param Prabhu Shri Krishna, Brahma immediately engaged in singing her stuti. Then, by her grace, he acquired proficiency in investigating and expounding the divine principles. In another similar case, Prithvi requested Anand to explain the mysteries of divine knowledge. Sesh also had no words or knowledge. He could not talk on the subject. He was filled with fear and anxiety. Then, on the advice of sage Kashyap, he worshipped Bhagavati Saraswati with stutis. By her grace, he became so enlightened that he could remove all confusion and misunderstanding and impart to his listeners Nirmal Vidya. When Vyasji put a question to the sage Valmiki regarding Puran Sutra, he became silent. In that situation, Valmiki meditated on Bhagavati Jagadamba. She was pleased and granted him the boon of proficiency in Nirmal Vidya. He received the Jyoti of enlightenment that could dispel the darkness of spiritual ignorance. He got the precious Nirmal Dhyan. Vyasji was an Ansh avatar of Shri Krishna. An Ansh avatar is an incarnation with limited powers. After hearing the Puran Sutra from the Vani of Valmiki, he began to meditate on the Devi so that he could compose the great epic poem. He stayed in Pushkar Kshetra and meditated for 100 years. O Divine Mother, only after you were pleased and granted him a boon, he was able to become a Kavishwar, divine poet. That was the time he divided the Vedas and composed the Puranas. When Devraj Indra requested Bhagwan Shankar to give him knowledge of divine philosophy and Tattvagyan, metaphysics, the Lord meditated for an instant on Devi Bhagavati and then began his spiritual instructions. Then Indra asked Brihaspati a question on Shabda Shastra, grammar. O Devi Jagadambe, then also Brihaspati went to Pushkar and meditated upon your lotus feet for 1000 years. Only then did you grant him a boon. He was able to teach Indra the intricacies of grammar. All the Sishyas who studied under Brihaspati, all the Munis who obtained knowledge from him, were able to do so only after meditating on Bhagavati Sureshwari. O Mother, verily you are that Devi. Munis, Manu, and all human beings, all have worshipped you and sung your stutis. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Devas and Danavas all have performed puja to you. When songs of praise and worship have been sung to you by the 1000-headed sage, the 5-faced Shankar, and the 4-faced Brahma, how can an ordinary human like me with one face succeed in pleasing you with my stutis? Narad, in this way the great Muni Yaagyavalkya performed stutis and worship to Bhagavati Saraswati. His shoulders dropped with bhakti and humility. Tears rolled continuously from his eyes. In this state of grace, he got a darshan of Jyoti Swarupa Mahamaya. Devi said, become the most illustrious and renowned poet. After pronouncing this, the Devi left for Vaikunth. Any being who reads with devotion this stuti composed by Muni Yaagyavalkya receives the status of Kavindra, Prince of Poets. He can give discourses in the same level as Brihaspati. Whether he is an ignorant person or devoid of any intelligence or wisdom, if he recites this stotra as prescribed for one whole year, he definitely gains the title of Pandit. He becomes wise and receives Nirmal Vidya. Chapter 9, Episode 6. Vishnupatnis, Lakshmi, Saraswati and Ganga mutually curse each other, and this causes them to descend on Bharatvarsh. Bhagwan Narayan says, Bhagavati Saraswati resides in Vaikunth with Bhagwan Shri Hari. Ganga pronounced a curse on her and she incarnated on Bharatvarsh as a river. She purifies and makes holy the land through which she flows and is called Punya Swarupini. Those who are desirous of spiritual benefits should preserve her with great devotion, because it is for the benevolence of humanity that she has come. For tapasvis, she is the fruit of their tapasya. All sins are like dried wood. In order to burn them, she contains flaming fire. The wise and knowledgeable inhabitants of this world know that if their material bodies are cremated on her banks, they will be assured of a place in Vaikunth. They reside in the bhavan of Sri Vishnu for many years. Those who take a holy bath in this river on auspicious days Like Chaturmas, 4 months of the rainy season, full moon day, Akshay Navami, 23rd day of Kartik, Vyadipat, the 17th astronomical yog, time of eclipse, or any other auspicious time, he acquires a reflection of the divine personality of Sri Hari. Without a doubt, he will get a duration of stay in Vaikuntha. Even if a foolish or ignorant man baths daily for 1 month in this river and utters the mantra, he will acquire the status of Kavindra. There is no doubt in this. The person who tonsures his head, completely shaves off all hair, and baths constantly in the river Saraswati gets freedom from taking birth from a womb. These are just a few descriptions of the greatness of Saraswati. Even by hearing this description, many desires are fulfilled and one is blessed with divine joy and happiness. Now, what else would you like to know? Suji says, Shaunak, when Bhagwan Narayan said this, Naradji immediately asked, why Ganga, who is the embodiment of truth, who is the giver of boons, pronounced a curse on Saraswati? It is certain that there was a good and justifiable reason. Please be kind to me and tell me. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, this is an ancient story. Listen carefully and I will tell you. Lakshmi, Saraswati and Ganga, all three are the wives of Sri Hari. Once Saraswati got the feeling that Sri Hari was more fond of Ganga than herself, she spoke harsh words to Sri Hari. Then she began to speak bitter words to Ganga and treated her badly. Then Lakshmi, the embodiment of peace and forgiveness, restrained her. This made Saraswati angry, and accusing Lakshmi of taking sides with Ganga, she cursed Lakshmi. You will assume the forms of a tree and a river. When Lakshmi heard this terrible curse, she did not retaliate with a curse. She did not even feel a bit of anger. She just sat there and took the hand of Saraswati into her own. But Ganga could not tolerate this curse. She pronounced a curse on Saraswati. She said, O sister Lakshmi, this Saraswati who has cursed you will also become a river. She will flow below in Martya Lok on the earth of mortals, in Papijan Nivas where all sinners reside. Narad, this caused Saraswati to pronounce a curse on Ganga. You will also have to flow on Dharadhal earth as Angikar, take upon yourself the sins of all the sinners. Just then Sri Hari arrived there. The four-armed Lord was resplendent with his attendants. He took the hand of Saraswati and with great love made her sit near him. Then the omniscient Lord began to explain an ancient mystery. He first listened to the cause of anger and cursing between the Devis and then began to tell them the reason for this happening. Bhagwan Shri Hari said, Lakshmi, auspicious one, by your powers you must take your place in the house of Raja Dharmadhwaj. You will not take birth as any creature. You will manifest as a tree. A part of me will incarnate as an asura called Shankachud. You must become his wife. After that, you will get the opportunity of becoming my beloved wife. In Bharatvarsh, you will become famous as the holy Tulasi plant. O beautiful one, for the present, to fulfill the curse of Bharati, you must go to the earth as the river Padmavati. Then he spoke to Ganga, Gange, to fulfill the curse of Saraswati, you must partially descend on earth as a universally holy river which destroys and neutralizes all sin. Because of the tapasya of Bhagirath, you will have to go to the earth. There, you will be known as Bhagavati Bhagirathi. The ocean is a part of me. By my command, you must accept Samudra as your husband. After this, Sri Hari spoke to Saraswati. Bharati, accept the curse of Ganga and go to Bharatvarsh. Then, in your Purna Ansh, entire form, you go to Brahma Sadan and become his beloved wife. This Ganga in her entire form must go to the abode of Shiva. And here in Vaikunt, Lakshmi in all her entire form shall reside. Because she is pure peace, she never reacts. She is never angry. She is totally devoted to me. She is the embodiment of truth. She is holy, extremely auspicious, the embodiment of forgiveness, resplendent with ornaments and raiments, and observes dharma. Just one aspect of hers bestows on all womankind the qualities of good conduct, faithfulness, and devotion to husband, peace, modesty, and gentleness. Then Shri Hari began to expound his views. 3 women of varying temperaments, 3 servants, or 3 friends cannot exist together according to the Vedas. They cannot be auspicious as long as their natures and temperaments vary. The household in which the woman behaves like the man and takes a dominant role and the husband becomes subservient to the wife, the lives of those people is considered nishfal, wasted and barren existence. Misfortune walks with their every step. They are ashubh, inauspicious. A person whose wife is from a low and base origin, who speaks foul language, and who is a quarrelsome and dissatisfied woman, for him, the jungle gives him greater peace than his house. At least there he will find jal, phal, sthal, food, water and shelter. Fruits and water are always available in the forest. But a man will always suffer torments and unhappiness living with a shrewish woman. It is preferable to live near fire or with dangerous animals than with a horrible wife. O beautiful one, a man can tolerate the blaze of illness, the venom of poison, but the constant verbal outbursts and violent temper of a malevolent woman are more painful and torturous than death. For a man who allows himself to be dominated by his wife, even if his body is burned to ashes, he does not get purified. Such a man does not reap the rewards of his good deeds. In this world and the next, he becomes an object of ridicule. He who sacrifices his self-respect and honor is considered a corpse, even though he lives. When there is no peace for a man with one troublesome wife, how much harassment and torture a man with many wives will suffer. Chapter 9, Episode 7. From the sacred lips of Bhagwan Shri Hari, the value and importance of bhaktas and a clear definition of characteristics and traits. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, after saying this, Bhagwan Shri Hari became silent. Then the Devis, Ganga, Lakshmi and Saraswati embraced each other and wept. They trembled with fear and sorrow. Tears fell from their eyes. They realized that their only refuge was the lotus feet of the Lord. They began to pray to him. Saraswati said, Nath, please save me from the curse. Otherwise, I will forever be in turmoil. If you abandon us, how can we survive? I will go to Bharatvarsh, perform penance and renounce this body. Ganga said, Lord of the universe, what is my mistake for which you are banishing me? I will not be able to live. Lakshmi said, Nath, You are the embodiment of truth. It is surprising to see you are angry. Please pacify these two Devis and make them happy. Because for a virtuous husband, forgiveness is the greatest dharma. I will accept the curse of Saraswati and incarnate in Bharatvarsh. But Prabhu, when can I return and have darshan of your lotus feet? Sinners will bathe in my waters and perform all kinds of ablutions, and they will offload on me all their sins. Please tell me what I must do to cleanse myself and return to your lotus feet. By my powers, I also accept that I shall assume the form of the tulsi plant. I will become the daughter of Dharmadhwaj. But O eternal and imperishable one, after enduring all this, when will I attain your lotus feet? O compassionate one, acknowledging you as the presiding deity, I will stay in Bharatvarsh in the form of a plant, but please tell me when will you release me? If this Ganga accepts the curse of Saraswati and descends on Bharatvarsh, then when will she be freed of all the sins loaded on her, so that she can attain your lotus feet? And if Saraswati goes to Bharatvarsh as per the curse of Ganga, then when will you release her from the curse and give her your darshan? Prabhu, you have ordered Saraswati to go to the kingdom of Brahma and Ganga to go to the abode of Shiva. For these commands of yours, I ask your forgiveness. Narad, saying this, Bhagavati Lakshmi caught hold of the lotus feet of her Swami Shri Hari. She enveloped his lotus feet with her hair and began to weep. Bhagwan Shri Hari is always keen to show benevolence to his bhaktas. Hearing the prayer of Lakshmi, his face beamed with a smile of happiness. He held Lakshmi close to his chest and said, Sureshwari, Kamalekshani, whatever I do, it must coincide with the utterances that three of you have made. Therefore, listen and I will try to strike a balance among you. By her powers, let Saraswati turn one part of herself into a river and go to Bharatvarsh. One half should go to the abode of Brahma, and in her entirety let her reside with me. In the same way, to fulfill the efforts of Bhagirath and to purify Triloki, Ganga should turn a part of herself into a river. The entire being of herself can reside here with me. There, she will have the rare and unique privilege of residing in the locks of Shankar. She is already clean by nature, but after going there, her purity will be enhanced. O lotus-eyed one, by your power, a small part of you must go to Bharatvarsh. There, you must abide as the river Padmavati and the sacred Tulsi plant. After 5,000 years of Kali, you will be released from your river forms. Then you will return to my abode. O Padma Bhave, whatever prosperity and adversity comes to anyone, there is always a hidden purpose. Without going through trials and tribulations, many cannot get honor and glory. Now I will tell you how to get purified. Many saints and holy men who chant my mantras will also come to bath in your waters. By having a darshan of them and by the power of their purity, you will get cleansed of all the sins that others unload on you. O beautiful one, this is not all. The countless holy places of pilgrimage on earth also become purified and holy when any of my bhaktas visit them. The soil of Bharatvarsh is exceedingly holy and pure because my countless devotees who sing my mantras reside there. Their primary purpose is to purify and sanctify any place that they walk upon. Wherever my bhaktas wash their feet, that place becomes sacred and a holy place of pilgrimage. This is the absolute truth. Even a great sinner can get released from the bondage of sin just by a darshan of my bhakta and the pure vibrations that flow through him. Even atheists and heretics can be transformed by the influence of my bhaktas. Those who wear a sword on the waist and earn their livelihood as doorkeepers, those who maintain account books, munims, those who act as delivery boys for letters and papers, and those who go from place to place and collect alms and donations, and those who drive bullocks, such a Brahmin is considered base and inferior. But a darshan of my bhakta can purify and transform him. A traitor, an unfaithful friend, one who bears false witness, or one who misappropriates the property of another can also get purified after a darshan of my bhakta. My bhaktas possess so much power of cleansing and purifying. Those who do not make arrangements for looking after their mother, father, wife, younger brother, son, daughter, sister, gurukul, blind friend, father-in-law or mother-in-law are considered despicable sinners. But a darshan of my bhaktas and their cleansing influence can purify them. Those who cut down the peepal tree, those who oppose and trouble my bhaktas, and the fallen Brahmins can also be purified by the darshan of my bhaktas. Shri Mahalakshmi said, O Prabhu, who is always eager to give benevolence to bhaktas, please describe the characteristics and distinguishing qualities of your bhaktas, by whose darshan the egoistical people, the non-believers of Shri Hari, those who brag about themselves, the deceitful, the dishonest, the torturers of saints, and the atheists can become purified, and by whose bathing and washing the waters of the rivers get purified and holy, by the dust of whose feet the earth gets relieved of all filth and impurities. And those presents in countless numbers makes Bharatvarsh Punya Bhumi. Holy rivers are not holy, nor are devatas of stone devatas. Because they only purify at prescribed times and in prescribed places, I think that all Vishnu bhaktas should be honored even by the gods because they spontaneously purify anything and anyone who comes into their vicinity. Chapter 9, Episode 8 Descriptions of the period of Kaliyuga, the Wheel of Time, and in Golok, Krishna Leela. Bhagwan Narayan says, by her powers, Saraswati partially incarnated as a river and went to a holy place in Bharatvarsh, while her entire being was privileged to stay in Vaikunth. In Bharat, she got the title Bharati. Being the beloved of Brahma, she was called Brahmi. And being the presiding deity of speech, she was called Vani. Shri Hari always manifests in the water of lakes and ponds, and therefore he is called Saraswan. And because she is dear to him, she is called Saraswati. Incarnating as a river, she is most holy and sacred. In order to burn to ashes the sins of all those who bath in her, she is the embodiment of flaming fire. Narad, after this, Ganga descended onto Bharatvarsh. Her advent was in answer to the prayers of Bhagirath. As she was descending, Shankar received her in the locks of his hair because only Shankar can bear the force of her descent. He did this because Prithvi requested him. Then Padma, who was Lakshmi, came to Bharatvarsh in the form of a river. It was called Padmavati. Her entire being remained in Vaikunth beside the Lord. by another one of her powers, she took birth in the house of Raja Dharmadhwaj. She was called Tulasi. As commanded by Shri Hari, she accepted the form of a plant. After 5,000 years of Kali, all these Devis will renounce their forms and go back to Vaikuntha. Kashi and Vrindavan, as also all the other holy places, in accordance with the command of Shri Hari, will all accompany the Devis to Vaikuntha. Shalgram, Shiv, Shakti and Purushottam, after staying 10,000 years of Kali in Bharatvarsh, will return to their respective abodes. With them will also go all the sadhus, Purans, Shank, Shraddh, Tarpan, libation of water to the ancestors, and all rites and rituals enjoined in the Vedas. Dev Puja, names of Devas, Kirtan singing the praises of the gods, Vedas, Shastras, Purans, Saints, Truth, Dharma, Gram Devatas, deity of the village, renunciation, fasting and tapasya, all these will also leave Bharat and go away. Almost all people will drink alcohol and eat meat. No one will shun lies and deceit. After the Devis and Devatas leave Bharatvarsh, dishonesty, brutality, pride, ego, robbery and murder, all these will grow and flourish. There will be no distinction or classification among men or among women. There will be only gender classification of male and female. A man from any class will marry a woman of any class. There would be no exchange of material gifts. All men will be dominated by women. Adulteresses and harlots will become the mistresses of homes. These licentious women will constantly fret and scold their husbands. The more the wife harasses, the more despicable and degenerate the dominated husbands will become. In the house, the one with more power will be acknowledged as the master. Friends and relations will be confined to the wife's family. There will be no friendship even among those who study or work together. Men will behave like strangers with their own family members. The four classes, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras, will discard and disregard all the maryadas of their class. Sandhya Vandan, prayers to be made by a Dvija or twice born, morning, noon and night, and Yagyas will cease completely. All castes and communities will become mlecha, enjoying everything that is filthy and adharmic. People will stop reading holy books and scriptures and will read trash and immoral books. All classes will earn their livelihood by servile jobs. All living beings will be devoid of truth. Grains will not germinate in the earth anymore. All trees will become barren. Cows will lose their capacity to yield milk. People will consume milk without butter content in it. There will be no love between man and woman. Householders will speak untruths. There will no longer exist royal kings and queens. Ordinary citizens will reel under the burden of heavy taxes. Dharma and punyas will cease to exist. Even out of lakhs of people, there will not be one man who is virtuous and holy. Language will become foul and abusive. Hamlets and villages will become jungles. There will be a shortage of human beings. Even those living in the forests will be burdened with taxes. Crops will only grow along rivers and lakes. Due to failure of rains, people will be forced to carry on cultivation near rivers and lakes. There will be retrogression and deterioration of the human species, and confused and stupefied beings will be born. Narad, the people of Kaliyuga will be vulgar, indecent, obscene, cunning, wily, fraudulent, wicked and dishonest, and untruthful. Even fields which have been well tended will fall to produce crops. Inferior men will become wealthy and will be given honor and fame. God-fearing and spiritually inclined men will suddenly become atheists, skeptics, and heretics. Citizens will become murderers, homicidal, and sadists. During Kaliyuga, men and women will be overcome with disease and illness, will have short lifespan, and will never look youthful. Their hair will start turning grey from the age of 16 itself. By the age of 20, they will become senile. Girls will mature at the 8th year of life and will become mothers by the time they are 10 years of age. In Kaliyuga, people will make money in the name of God. There will be false and spurious acts of charity. People, for the sake of name and fame, will announce large donations and immediately take back the money. The subsistence money of temples, Brahmins and Gurukuls will be snatched away by people of Kaliyuga. Men and women will have no hesitation about illicit relationships. There will be no harmony or understanding between husband and wife. Citizens will not be able to establish their right and ownership over their wealth or property. All will speak harsh and hurtful language to each other. There will be greed and lust and dishonesty. There will be widespread murder and treachery. Sin will enter all classes and families. People will trade shellac, iron, liquid extracts and salt. The practice of calling realized souls to perform Panchayagyas will be discontinued. The sacred thread will become a burden. They will not observe Sandhya Vandan, prayers to be said 3 times, nor any cleansing practices. Women of low morals will cook food in the house of Brahmins. There will be no discipline or morals. All will become mlechas, those who desire and enjoy immoral and filthy things. During the darkest days of Kaliyuga, when the world is filled with wicked and evil people, then in the house of a Brahmin called Vishnu Jesha Bhagwan Kalki will take birth as his son. This mighty and powerful Kalki will be a partial avatar of Bhagwan Narayan. He will be seated on a very high horse, and with his sword he will demolish all the evil and wicked people, and in this way he will cleanse the entire earth. In this way he will free Vasudha, Mother Earth, of a burden of mlechas, and then he will withdraw. Then again there will be disorder and chaos. Dacoits will loot and kill. Then there will be a deluge of heavy rain without ceasing. It will rain continuously for 6 days and 6 nights. As far as the eye can see, only water will be visible. Earth will become devoid of all life forms, trees and dwellings. Muni, after all this, 12 suns will rise, and by their heat the earth will get dry. This will mark the end of Kaliyuga. Then Dharma will be re-established complete with truth, devotion and fervor. Prithvi will be ornamented with Brahmins, realized souls, tapasvis and dharmatmas. All married ladies will be chaste, virtuous and faithful. The reins of government will be in the hands of able administrators of high morals and principles. They will honor Brahmins, tapasvis and dharmatmas and will engage in virtuous deeds. Traders will do honest business. Shudras will lead dharmic lives and serve others faithfully. Brahmins, Kshatriyas and Vaishyas will worship Bhagavati Jagadamba. There will be continuous chanting of her mantras. All will meditate upon the Devi. Men will lead disciplined lives according to traditions and codes of conduct revealed in the scriptures. They will have full knowledge of the Vedas and Purans. This is what is called as Satya Yuga. In this Yuga, only Dharma will exist. In Treta, the second Yuga known as the Silver Age of Hindu mythology, Dharma will be supported by 3 legs. In Dwapar, the third age, it will stand on 2 legs. And in Kali, it will have only 1 leg to support it. When Ghor Kaliyuga comes, it becomes devoid of all the legs. O Brahman, there are 7 days. Lunar days are 16. There are 12 months and 6 seasons. There are 2 fortnights, Shukla, bright, and Krishna, the dark. Then there are 2 solstices, Uttarayan or summer solstice when the sun is north of the equator, and Dakshinayan or winter solstice when the sun moves to the south of the equator. A day is divided into 4 quarters of 3 hours each, and a night is also divided into 4 quarters of 3 hours each. 30 days make a month. There are 5 kinds of years. These are the divisions of time. Just as the days come and go, so also yugas come and go. When 1 human year is complete, it is equal to 1 day and 1 night of the gods. Men, learned in the calculation of time, say that 1 divine yuga is equal to 360 yugas of human beings. 71 Divya Yugas makes 1 Manvantar. 1 Indra reigns for the duration of 1 Manvantar. 28 Manvantars constitute 1 day and night of Brahma. By this calculation, Brahma reigns for 108 years. This should be understood to be the completion of a cycle and time for annihilation of creation. At that time, Prithvi cannot be seen. The whole Brahmand, including Prithvi, becomes dissolved and absorbed into the water. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and all enter into the Satchit Anand Brahm, the primordial being. Into that Brahm also dissolves Prakriti. That is, Prakriti and Purush unite as one being. Muni, this is what is called as Prakrit Pralay, final dissolution of the material cause of the universe. When this happens, the span of Brahma comes to an end. Munivar, this immense passage of time is equal to 1 blink of the eye of Bhagavati Jagadamba. So just by 1 blink of the eye of the Devi, the earth and the entire creation gets destroyed. Then the blinking of an eye of Bhagavati can create countless Brahmans. In this way, the cycle of creation and dissolution continues. Who can tell how many such kalpas have come and gone? Narad, is there anyone who can accurately know the number of creations, destructions, Brahmans and species living in Brahmand? The one supreme Lord God of all is called Paramatma. His form is Satchit Anand. Brahma and all the gods, Mahaviraat and Swalpa Viraat, all are fractions of Paramprabhu Paramatma. That Paramatma is verily Parashakti. The same is manifested in the Ardhanarishwar form of Shri Krishna. His form gets divided into 2, one bearing 2 arms and the other bearing 4 arms. The Chaturbhuj, 4-armed Shri Hari presides in Vaikunt, and the Dvibhuj, 2-armed Shri Krishna lives in Golok. Everything from Brahma to a blade of grass is natural. They are destructible and perishable. All things that are created out of nature or Prakriti will ultimately end up in dissolution and annihilation. In the same way, the causal of creation, Parabrahma Paramatma, is eternal, truth, constant, free, attributeless, and beyond Prakriti. Paramatma has neither worldly designation or denomination, nor material or physical structure or form. He is always present to grant grace and favors to the bhaktas. It is by his benevolence that the most knowledgeable Brahma, born in the lotus, is able to carry out the procedure of creation. Shiva is called as Mrityunjay, conqueror of death, and Sarva Sattvavit, consciousness bliss. He is the greatest tapasvi. Being conscious of Parabrahma, and by the power of his tapasya, he is able to carry out the dissolution. By his Shraddha and worship of Parabrahma, the great preserver Vishnu became filled with majesty, dignity, prosperity, omniscient, all-perceiving, all-pervading, protector of all, giver of peace, giver of strength, and Ishwar of all. Prakriti is called as Sarva Shakti Swarupini, embodiment of all energy, Mahamaya, and Sarveshwari, the Supreme Goddess. It is this same Bhagavati who is also Satchit Ananda Swarupini, essence of pure truth, pure attention, and pure joy. By recognizing and worshipping her, the mother of the gods, Savitri, became the goddess of the Vedas. This Devi, who is endowed with full knowledge of the Vedas, is worshipped by Brahmins. It is by the grace of this Satchitananda Swarupini, Bhagavati Prakriti, that Saraswati was endowed with the complete Vidyas. All wise and learned ones worship her. By worshipping this primordial Prakriti, Lakshmi became most worshipful herself. By becoming the devotee of Devi Bhagavati, Durga attained a status of being worshipped and of granting boons to her bhaktas. Shri Radha enhances the glory of Shri Krishna and presides on his left side. This all-knowing Devi removes all sorrows and grants peace. She is known as the presiding deity of the heart of Shri Krishna. Shri Radha is herself Shri Krishna Swarupa. This makes her exceedingly dear to Shri Krishna, more than life itself. And for this reason, she has been endowed with exceedingly beautiful form, auspiciousness, and honor. For this reason, she has got the privilege of being the wife of Shri Krishna and residing on his Vakshthal chest. Bhagavati Radha performed tapasya on Shadshring mountains. In her tapasya, she prayed that Bhagwan Shri Krishna should be her husband. Shri Krishna immediately appeared before her. When he beheld her, as beautiful and radiant as the moon, he held her to his heart and said, "Dear one, you will always reign over the throne on my Vakshthal. Your love for me is eternal and immortal. You will be constantly surrounded by auspiciousness, honor, dignity, love, majesty, and grandeur. You will abide by my side as the principal, most superior and most entitled to my love. You will be worshipful for all devotees. O one who is dearer to me than life, I am yours and will abide by your every wish." After making these declarations, Shri Krishna enthroned Shri Radha in his heart. There is no other besides Shri Radha. Muni, in the same way, all those Devis who have worshipped Bhagavati Mool Prakriti have all become objects of worship. Muni, Bhagavati Durga did tapasya on the Himalaya mountain. She constantly meditated on the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagadamba. After that, she was worshipped by all. Saraswati went to Gandhamadhan mountain and did tapasya. After that, she was adored and venerated by all. After meditating in the Pushkar region, Lakshmi was endowed with the power to grant wealth and generosity to her bhaktas. Savitri did tapasya on Malayagiri mountain. Now people sing her praises. Narad, in this way, all the devatas, munis, manavs, kings and brahmins have worshipped and meditated upon Adi Devi and have become endowed with wisdom, honor and respect. Now, what else do you wish to hear? Chapter 9, Episodes 9 and 10. Birth of Prithvi. Different kinds of dhyan and pujas and stutis, and a description of sins against Prithvi that cast one into hell. Naradji said, Bhagwan, you have mentioned that in the blinking of the eye of the Devi, Brahma's existence comes to an end. That will also cause Prakriti Pralay, dissolution of creation. At that time, Prithvi subsides into the water. Everything gets absorbed into Parabrahma Paramatma. Where does Prithvi go, and at the time of creation, how does she appear? How is she endowed anew with wealth, honor, respect, victory, and the capacity to give shelter and sustenance to all? Prabhu, please tell me about the auspicious manifestation of Prithvi. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, the revelations say that the entire creation takes birth from Adi Shakti Bhagavati Jagadamba, as she is the matrix of the universe. And at the time of Pralaya or dissolution, it is she who devours the universe. Now listen to the story of the birth of Prithvi. Some say that this most revered Prithvi was formed out of the Meda, marrow, of the Daityas Madhu and Kaitab. The reason is because when they existed, Prithvi was not clearly visible. After they died, the marrow that flowed out of their bodies got dried by the sun. Therefore, Prithvi got the name Medini. I will explain this. In the beginning, only water could be seen everywhere. Prithvi was completely submerged. The marrow only touched her. And for this, people began to call her Medini. Now listen to her actual birth. This story gives many blessings and auspiciousness. I was in the region of Pushkar. There, I had the privilege of hearing this story from the most fortunate Dharma. The Mahavirat Purush, the Supreme and Almighty Being, from infinity has existed in water. From time to time, his all-pervading desire manifests from every pore. Muni, it is from one of these pores of his Ichcha Shakti that Prithvi manifests. In this way, from every pore, one water-born Prithvi emerges, hides, and re-enters the pore. During Srishti, creation, she emerges from the water and fixes herself in her place, and during dissolution, she re-enters the water and gets absorbed into the pore. This is her nature. She presides over the whole Brahmand, created universe. Forests and mountains are her adornment. She is surrounded by 7 oceans. 7 islands are her limbs. Himalaya, Sumeru, and other mountains, the sun, moon, and planets are her ornaments. As per the command of Mahavirat, the gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva manifest, and all life forms inhabit the earth. She is blessed with holy places like Bharatvarsh and other places of pilgrimage. This earth is golden. There are 7 heavens on it. Below it are 7 patals, nether worlds. Above it is Brahmalok, and higher than it is Dhruvlok. Narad, this is how the creation has been structured on Prithvi. The entire fabric of the whole world is destructible. So much so that at the time of dissolution, even Brahma goes away. Then only exists the Mahavirat Purush. The cycle of creation and dissolution is a constant and continuous happening. From time to time, according to the laws created by her, they come under the command of the secret and unseen Shakti. In this sequence, Prithvi is a constant factor. During Varaha Kalp, the boar incarnation of Sri Vishnu, she had appeared in a personified form and was worshipped by all the gods, Munis, Manu, Gandharvas and Brahmins. According to the Shrutis, Prithvi Devi reigned as a wife of Varaha avatar. Out of this, Mangal, Mars was born, and from the Mangal came Ganesh. Narad said, Prabhu, during Varaha Kalp, in what form did the gods worship Prithvi? This form of the material cause of the universe herself manifested from the 5 causal elements. Bhagwan, please tell me the various ways in which she is worshipped in the lokas above and below, and also the auspicious story of the birth of Mangal. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, this happened a long time ago, during the Varaha Kalp. Because of the stutis performed by Brahma, Bhagwan Shri Hari killed Hiranyaksh and rescued Prithvi from Rasatal, the 6th lower world. He placed her on the water as if she was a lotus leaf. Brahma presided here and carried out the work of creation. The governing deity of Prithvi was a goddess of extreme beauty. Bhagwan Shri Hari was struck by her beauty. He assumed the form of a boar which was radiant like a crore of suns. This impressed the Devi and she stayed with him for 1 year. Then he suddenly left. He assumed his original form and began to perform puja and meditation to Devi Prithvi. During the puja, he offered her fragrant incense, burning lamps, prescribed oblations, sindoor, chandan, clothes, flowers, and sacrifice. Then he said, Shubhe, become the refuge and shelter of all. By becoming the object of worship for Munis, Manu, Devatas and Danavas, you will enjoy great happiness. Excepting the days when you are Ambuvachi, in cycle, you will be worshipped by my command on occasions like Griha Pravesh, Griha Aram, digging of ponds and tanks, and other household extensions and constructions. Those foolish and ignorant persons who have no desire to worship you will certainly go to hell. At that time Prithvi was already with child. That child was the glorious Mars. By the command of the Lord, all living beings began to worship Prithvi. All the mantras contained in the writings of Rishi Kanva were used for stutis and meditation. Mool mantras were chanted and prescribed offerings were made. In all the 3 lokas, Prithvi Devi began to be worshipped. Naradji said, Bhagwan, please tell me the right way to meditate on Prithvi Devi, the puja procedure and the Mool mantra. All this knowledge is concealed in the Purans and I have a great desire to know. Please tell me all this. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, Bhagwan Varaha was the first one to perform puja to Prithvi Devi. After him, Brahmaji performed the puja, and then pujas were performed by Munis, Manu and human beings. Narad, I will now tell you the procedures for meditation and puja and the Mool mantra. Listen carefully. Om Hreem Shreem Vasudayai Swaha. By this mantra, Bhagwan Vishnu performed puja. The procedure for meditation is: the form of Prithvi Devi is clear and pure like a newly bloomed lotus. Her face resembles the brilliant full moon of Ashwin, Sharad Purnima. Her whole body is covered with sandal paste. She is bedecked with precious jewels. All gemstones adorn her within and without. She is a treasure house of precious stones. Her garments are divine and spotless. She has a smile on her face. She is worshipped by all. To that Bhagawati Prithvi, I offer my pranams. This is how all sages and saints meditate. Now I will tell you the stutis written in Kanvashaka. Sri Narayan says, Bhagavati Jaye, you are the support of water. It is your nature to contain water. You provide water to all. Bhagwan Shri had incarnated as a boar and you became his wife. You are possessed of victory and triumph. You are auspicious. You are the support of auspiciousness and you are the bestower of auspiciousness. O Devi, give me victory over evil and your benediction. Give me auspiciousness. O Devi, you give protection and refuge to all. You are all-knowing and ever-powerful. O Bhagavati, you grant all desires. Obeisance to you. Please grant success to all my endeavors. Your form is holy. You are the seed of virtues. You are called Bhagavati Sanatani, ancient, everlasting. O beautiful one, you are the receptacle of auspiciousness, the support of virtues and the bestower of punyas. O Devi who causes good harvests, all grasses, grains and fruits germinate, sprout and grow at your command. Flourishing and blooming fields are one of your forms. Ultimately, these get absorbed into you. All growing vegetation are your limbs. O Mother Earth, you are the wealth and property that kings possess. Kings worship you. O Bhagavati Bhumi, please permit me to live upon you. Narad, this stotra is very holy. He who recites it from his heart every morning gets the blessing of becoming a king for many lives. By reading this, a man reaps the benevolence of Prithvi. This stotra washes away the sins that are committed by plundering and stealing the gifts of the earth, digging wells without permission of the owner of the property, digging the earth during rainfall, and misappropriating another's land. Muni, all the sins of spilling sperm on the bhumi or vomiting on bhumi can be cleansed by singing this stotra. Naradji said, please explain in greater detail the punyas that one gets by donating land and the sins that are committed by disrespecting Bhumi Devi. O foremost knower of the Vedas, besides what I have asked, if there are any other actions which are counted as sins against Prithvi, please tell me about that also. Bhagwan Narayan says, anyone who gives to a twice-born Brahmin even a microscopic piece of land, he gets the same blessings as a man who builds a temple to Bhagwan Shiva. One who donates a standing field full of crops for the Brahmins becomes entitled to stay in the abode of Bhagwan Vishnu for as many years as there are particles of dust on that land. The one who donates land, villages and grains to Brahmins, by his punyas, his dependents and members of his household will get released from their sins and get a place in the abode of Bhagavati Jagadamba. At the time of Bhumi Dan, giving of land, the kind and beneficent person who offers hospitality and inspires and encourages his dependents, he merits a passage to Vaikuntha for himself, his friends, and his clan. But the man who grabs the land given to a Brahmin, either by himself or another, he goes to a hell called Kal Sutra and stays there for as long as the sun and the moon exist. Not only this, but even his sons and grandsons can never own land. They never have wealth or prosperity, never have children, suffer misfortunes, and end up in a hell called Raurau. Those who convert grazing pastures into agriculture land and then try to give that grain to twice-born Brahmins, they suffer for this scorn and insult by being banished to a hell called Kumbhipak for a period equivalent to 100 years of the Devas. Those who cultivate grain in cow sheds, their pathways, or their drinking water pools, and then do charity with that grain will suffer in a hell called Asipatra for the length of life of 14 Indras. He who secretly spills his seed on Prithvi will go to a hell called Raurau for as many years as there are dust particles in that land. A man who digs land which is pledged to Ambuvachi, water, is thrown into a hell called Krimidansh for 4 yugas. He who takes clean water from another's pool and uses it for bath is rewarded for cleansing the pool by getting a place in Brahmalok. He who performs Shraddh, offering of oblations to the ancestors, without first honoring the ancestors of Bhumipati, he will suffer banishment to hell. Shivling, image of Bhagawati, conch, sacred objects, shalgram, Vishnu's idol of black stone, flowers, twigs of tulasi, rosary, garland of flowers, sacred books and sacred thread, he who disrespectfully throws these on the ground is sent to hell. Those who are twice born must worship the sacred thread. It is a great sin to dig the earth during earthquake and eclipse. Those who disregard and disobey this law are born in the next birth without limbs, Angaheen. The earth is called Bhumi because she supports the dwelling places of all beings. She is also called Kashyapi because she is the daughter of Kashyap. Because she is firm and stable, she is called Sthira. Being the support of the world, she is called Vishwambhara. Because she is everlasting, she is called Ananta. And being the daughter of Prithu, she is also called Prithvi. Chapter 9, Episode 11 Story of the Birth of Ganga. Naradji said, O great and all-knowing Bhagwan, I am grateful for this information about Prithvi. Now please tell me everything about Ganga, she who is known by the names Sureshwari, Vishnu Swarupa and Vishnupadi. By the curse of Saraswati, how and in what yuga did she come to Bharatvarsh? I desire to hear the story which destroys all sins and which is very holy. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Shriman Sagar was the renowned king of the Surya dynasty. He had 2 beautiful queens, Vaidarbhi and Shaibya. Shaibya gave birth to a son who became famous by the name of Asamanjas. The other wife, Vaidarbhi, desired to have a daughter and prayed to Bhagwan Shankar. He granted her wish and she became with child. But after 100 years, she gave birth to a round mass of flesh. When she saw this, she was greatly perturbed and distressed, and she meditated on Bhagwan Shankar. He came in the guise of a Brahmin and divided the lump into 60,000 pieces. Each piece became a sun. They were full of strength and valor. They shone with a brilliance that challenged the sun. But all of them turned to ashes by the curse of Muni Kapil. When Raja Sagar heard this tragic news, tears of sorrow flowed continuously from his eyes. He retired into the dense forest. His son Asamanjas began a severe tapasya to bring Ganga down from the heavens. He continued his tapasya for a very long time till he died. The tapasya was continued by his son Anshuman, who also died in meditation. Anshuman had a son Bhagirath. Bhagirath was a great devotee of Sri Hari and a man of the highest moral character and virtues. He also performed severe penance to bring Ganga to the earth. One day, Shri Krishna gave him a darshan. The light emanating from the Lord was like 1,000 suns. He had 2 arms. He held a murali flute in his hand and he appeared as a young boy. He was dressed as a cowherd. The Lord also manifests as Gop Sundari Radha to please his devotees. Muni, Bhagwan Shri Krishna is verily Parabrahma. He can appear in whatever form he chooses. All the gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva were singing his stutis and rishis and munis stood with bowed heads. The Eternal, detached witness beyond Prakriti, the most benevolent God had a smile on his radiant face. He wore radiant garments and divine ornaments. Beholding this divine form, Bhagirath adored him again and again and sang stutis. In the form of a divine Leela, Bhagirath got his wish fulfilled that his ancestors should get drenched. In humble gratitude, he again sang stutis. Bhagwan Shri Hari said to Ganga, Sureshwari, to fulfill the curse of Saraswati, you must now go to Bharatvarsh and purify all the sons of Sagar. After getting purified by you, and with the help of Vayu, when God, all those princes will get released and come to my abode. They will assume divine forms and will be seated in divine chariots. They will have the privilege of being my courtiers. They will be forever free from mental agony and disease. They will be released from the accumulation of sins of all previous births. It is mentioned in the Shrutis that the sins of all previous births get neutralized by the purity of just the Vayu which skims over the Ganga. Those who enter the waters of the Ganga with the pure desire of getting cleansed and having her darshan, and who take dips without flailing arms and legs, they get blessings that are tenfold. Even on ordinary days, those who take holy dips in the Ganga get absolved of sins of many births. The blessings that come when this is done on festivals and special days are also described. In comparison with bathing on ordinary days, those who take holy baths on lunar eclipse get 1 crore more blessings. On solar eclipse it increases to 10 crore blessings. And 100 times this blessing is given if it is done during Ardh Uday, dawn, Brahma Muhurt. Narad, after speaking thus to Ganga, in the presence of Bhagirath, Bhagwan Shri Hari fell silent. Ganga, full of bhakti and humility, said, Nath, this curse of Saraswati is already upon my head. You are giving the command, and this Maharaj Bhagirath is still in tapasya. As per your command, I will go to Bharatvarsh. But Prabhu, after I reach there, all kinds of sinners will come and unburden their present and past sins upon me. In these circumstances, how will I ever become cleansed? Please tell me the solution before I leave. Devesh, how long must I stay in Bharatvarsh? When will I be worthy again to come back to your abode? Prabhu, you are omniscient. Nothing is hidden from you. Whatever is troubling my conscience and innermost thoughts, please soothe me and give me some assurance. Sri Bhagwan said, Sureshwari, Gange, I am aware of all your intentions and desires. You will descend to Bharatvarsh in the form of a river, and a part of me will be the ocean and become your husband. Of all the rivers that flow in Bharatvarsh, you will be the most important one for the ocean. Deveshi, according to the curse, you will remain in Bharatvarsh for the 5,000 years of Kaliyuga. Devi, you will preside as Lakshmi Rupa, the great beauty, and I, as the ocean, will be the admirer of your beauty. We will merge in the Sangam, confluence. All who live in Bharat will worship you by singing the Stutis composed by Bhagirath, and by their bhakti and worship, you will be cleansed and purified. People will meditate upon you as prescribed in Kanvashaka. He who sings your Stutis and offer pranams to you will get the same boons as are given for Ashwamedh Yagya. No matter how many yojans away from you they are, if devotees chant Ganga Ganga and take a bath, they get released from all sins, past and present, and gain a place in Vishnu Lok. Even if thousands of sinners burden you with their sins, just a contact with the devotee of Bhagavati Jagadamba will neutralize the entire effect. All the bodies of sinners which are immersed in your waters will undoubtedly contaminate and defile you. But there will also be Punya Atmas who will bath in you while chanting mantras of the Devi. By their presence in your waters, all the impurities and sins will get cleansed and purified. Shubhe, you will stay in the holy land of Bharatvarsh, which grants liberation from sins. You will be helped by the presence of Saraswati and others. Wherever songs are sung in your praise, that place will become holy. Even on the days when you are in cycle, people can bath and get cleansed, and they become entitled to live in Devi Lok for many years. Devi, those who take samadhi after years of tapasya and meditation, in my name come straight to my abode. There they stay as courtiers and witness innumerable dissolutions of creation. Only the very fortunate and authorized people can get their bodies immersed in your waters. And as long as their bones lie in your water, for that many years they can stay in Vaikuntha. In ignorance, if anyone drowns in your water, then he too gets salvation by my compassion. No matter where a man dies, if he says your name with the last breath, he too gets salvation by my grace. Whether he dies in the Tirth Sthan, holy place, or away from it, the effect of taking your name will make him entitled to salvation and will give him the power of purifying even the Triloki. Those whose friends are my devotees, be they human or animal, they will ride in jewel-studded chariots and go to Golok. Munivar, after speaking thus to Ganga, Shri Hari turned to Bhagirath and said, Rajan, now you continue to sing Stutis to Ganga and offer Puja to her. So Bhagirath resumed his worship of Ganga by Stutis and Pujas. He observed all the rules as told in Kautami Shaka regarding meditation, stotras and pujas. Then he paid obeisance again and again to Paramprabhu Paramatma Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Then Bhagirath and Ganga began their journey to the appointed place, and the Lord removed himself from their sight. Narad asked, O prime knower of the Vedas, Prabhu, I desire to know which stotra and which form of meditation Bhagirath Raja performed to Ganga. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, at the commencement, Raja Bhagirath took his ritual bath. He wore new clothes. Then, bringing all his senses under control and detaching his attention from everything, he worshipped 6 gods. They are Ganesh, Surya, Agni, Vishnu, Shiva and Bhagavati Shiva. This authorized him to perform the puja to Gangaji. Narad, to remove obstacles it is necessary to worship Sri Ganesh. For good health Surya, for holiness and purity Agni, for dignity and prosperity Vishnu, for knowledge Gyaneshwar Shiva, and for mukti one has to worship Bhagavati Shiva. Wise and learned ones have had the experience that only after worshipping these gods a puja becomes effective. Now hear how Bhagirath performed his meditation on Ganga. Chapter 9, Episode 12 Procedure for Dhyan and Stutis to Ganga. Manifestation of Ganga from Shri Radha Krishna. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, this meditation dissolves all the sins. Ganga is clean and pure like a white lotus. She destroys all sins. She has manifested from the all-pervading Parabrahma Bhagwan Shri Krishna and is most worthy and virtuous. She wears pure shining raiments and is adorned with divine jewelry. She has absorbed the radiance of hundreds of Sharad Purnimas, full moons. She is always smiling. There is no waning of her youth. She is ever young. This Devi, who is the embodiment of peace, is dear to Bhagwan Narayan. She is Sat Saubhagya, the essence of auspiciousness and prosperity. Her thick hair is in curls and ringlets. Garlands of malati flowers enhance her beauty. On her forehead rests the half moon in sandal paste, and below that is her bindi of sindoor. Her temples are decorated with kasturi and other fragrant pastes in pleasing designs. Her lips are redder than the bimba fruit. Her sparkling white teeth make a string of pearls seem worthless. Her beautiful eyes with their benevolent glances adorn her face. Her breasts resemble Shrifal, coconut. Her lotus feet are divinely beautiful. They are colored with mahavar, alta, and decorated with gem-studded anklets and toe rings. The celestial mandar flowers on the crown of Indra have rubbed their pollen on her lotus feet and covered it with red dust. Devatas, Siddhas, and Munindras are always ready with precious and valuable gifts fit for adoration and presentation. The bumblebees which live in the matted locks of tapasvis hover around her lotus feet. Her lotus feet grant moksha to all those who seek it and fulfill the pure desires of all. The most worshipful Devi is always keen to fulfill the desires of those who worship her. She grants proximity to the lotus feet of Bhagwan Vishnu and is also called Vishnupati. I worship this most pure and virtuous Ganga Devi. Brahman, this is the form in which one must meditate on Ganga, who flows through 3 nadis. She must be worshipped in the heart. Then, in 16 ways, puja has to be performed. Offering asan, seat, washing feet, water for rinsing mouth, water for bath, anulepan, anointing with fragrant substances, incense, lamp, naivedya, betel leaf and nut, cool water, clothes, jewels, garland, chandan, sipping of water, beautiful shaya, couch. These are worthy of being offered in a puja. After offering all this to Bhagavati Ganga, One should do pranam and sing stutis with folded hands. Those who have the good fortune to perform such a puja get the blessings equivalent to an Ashwamedh Yagya. Naradji says, Devesh, Lakshmikant, Jagatpate, I now desire to know that stotra of Bhagavati Ganga which destroys all sins and grant punyas. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, listen with full attention. I am going to recite the powerful stotra of Bhagavati Ganga, who is the Charan Sangini, abides at the lotus feet of Bhagwan Vishnu. I offer pranams to that Gangaji who was so enamored by the Sangeet of Bhagwan Shiva that she manifested from the body of Shri Krishna and is endowed with the fluidity of compassion of Shri Radha. I offer pranams to that Bhagavati Ganga who manifested in Golok at the time of creation in the Ras Mandal and who presides over the abode of Bhagwan Shankar. On the auspicious occasion of Kartik Purnima, Radha Maha Utsav was being celebrated. Large numbers of Gopas and Gopikas were present. I offer pranams to that Bhagavati Ganga who had a place of honor there. I offer pranams to that Bhagavati Ganga who is 1 crore yojans in length and 1 lakh yojans in breadth. 1 yojan is 16 miles, and who guards Golok. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga who presides over Vaikunt in proportions of 30 lakh yojans wide and 5 times that in length. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga who flows in Brahmalok for a width of 30 lakh yojans and a length of 5 times that. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga who adds to the magnificence of Shivlok by flowing 30 lakh yojans wide and 4 times that in length. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga who is reflected in Dhruvlok for a length of 1 lakh yojans and a breadth of 7 times that. I worship that Devi Ganga who is spread over Chandralok for an expanse of 1 lakh yojans in length and 5 times that in width. She was enveloped in Suryalok over an area of 60,000 yojans length and 10 times that in width. To that Devi I offer my pranams. I worship that Devi Ganga who is enveloped in Tapolok for a distance of 1 lakh yojans and the width 10 times that. I worship that Devi Ganga who is spread over Janlok for a length of 1000 yojans and the breadth of 10 times that. I worship Devi Ganga who resides in Maherlok for a length of 10 lakh yojans and breadth 5 times that. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga who flows in Kailash at 1000 yojans length and 100 yojans wide. I offer pranams to that Bhagavati Ganga who is known as Mandakini in Chandralok and whose length is 100 yojans and width 10 yojans. I worship that Devi Ganga who flows in Patal for a length of 10 yojans and 10 times that in width and is known as Bhagavati. I worship that Devi Ganga who is 2 miles long and of varied width who flows in Prithvi and is known as Alaknanda. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga who flows like milk in Satyayug, like Chandrama in Tretayug, like Chandan in Dwapar and like water in Kaliyuga. I worship that Bhagavati Ganga whose water purifies those who come into contact with it and who destroys even the greatest crimes like Brahmin Hatya. Brahmin, there are 21 verses of Ganga Stuti. If these are read with respect and devotion, all sins can be destroyed. He who worships the eternal Sureshwari Ganga with puja and this stuti, he undoubtedly becomes entitled to the fruits of an Ashwamedha sacrifice. By the power of this stotra, childless couples beget children, men get virtuous wives, the sick get revealed of their illness, and those who are in bondage get freedom. Not only this, but the deserving get honor and fame, and the ignorant and foolish get knowledge and intelligence. Those who arise early in the morning and recite this most holy Ganga Stuti are never troubled by bad dreams. They also get the same blessings as if they have taken a holy dip in the Ganga. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Raja Bhagirat sang these stutis to Devi Ganga and brought her with him to the place where the 60,000 sons of King Sagar had been burned to ashes. As soon as the Vayu, which had skimmed over the Ganga, passed over them, all the princes attained Vaikunth. It is by the devotion and worship of Ganga by Raja Bhagirat that Ganga entered Prithvi. Therefore, Ganga is also called as Bhagirati. I have just completed the narration of the manifestation of Ganga. It gives moksha to those who hear it. Now, what other things do you desire to know? Naradji said, Bhagwan, this most holy Ganga, who is possessed of the three qualities, Tripadga, purifies and cleanses the Bhumandal. Please tell me how and where she manifested. I am so keen to know this. Bhagwan Narayan said, Narad, it happened a long time ago. It was Kartik Purnima. Radha Mahotsav was being celebrated with great joy. Bhagwan Shri Krishna, after performing puja to Bhagavati Radha, was presiding over the Ras Mandal. Then Brahma and all the gods, Shaunak and all the rishis and all divine personalities also offered puja to Bhagavati Radha and took their places. Just then Devi Saraswati, the goddess of music, came with a veena in her hands and began to sing beautiful melodies full of tal and swar, rhythm and tune. Brahma was so impressed that he presented her a gem-studded necklace. From Shiva, she got a rare and unique jewel which was most excellent in the whole Brahmand. Bhagwan Shri Krishna presented her the Kaustubh Mani, which Shri Vishnu wears on his breast. Radhaji gave her a precious necklace. Bhagwan Narayan gave her a garland of heavenly flowers, and Lakshmi gave her a pair of gem-studded rings for her ears. Bhagavati Mool Prakriti, who is also Vishnumaya, Ishwari, Durga, Narayani and Ishana, gave her the most precious gift of Paramatma Bhakti manifesting in her consciousness. Dharma gave her dharmic buddhi and fame and recognition in this vast creation. Agni Devata gave divine garments, and Pavan presented Nupur, jewelled ornaments for her ankles. Then, on the instigation of Brahma, Bhagwan Shankar began to sing a composition on Shri Krishna. Every word had the power to increase the sentiment and joy, and he kept singing it again and again. Hearing this, all the gods nearly fainted with emotions. They all looked like a collection of puppets. With great difficulty, they regained consciousness. They saw that the whole Rasmandal area was flooded with water. There was no sign of Shri Radha and Shri Krishna. All the Gopas and Gopis, gods and Brahmins began to lament loudly. Brahmaji was also present. He went into meditation and understood the pure intention of Shri Krishna. He got the realization that verily Shri Krishna and Shri Radha had become this water. Then all those fortunate and blessed gods, rishis and Brahmins began to sing stutis to Parabrahma Paramatma Shri Krishna. Everyone offered prayers. Vibhu, we have only one fervent prayer, that you again manifest to us in your original Shri Murti. Then a voice was heard in the heavens, sweet and loud and clear. Each and every one heard it. I, the universal being Shri Krishna, and my Shakti Radha, both of us, for the benevolence of our bhaktas, have assumed this form of water. O Sureshwars, What is your purpose in wanting to see us in bodily form? Manu, Munis, Manavs and all devotees of Vishnu will purify themselves by my mantras and come to see me in my abode. If you also wish to have a pure darshan, then you must make every effort. Shambhu will remain and carry out my commands. Vidata, Brahman, you should personally convey to Jagadguru Shankar that he should constitute and structure the most superb and sublime Vedas in Tantra Shastra. It should contain as quotations all the unique and unparalleled mantras with their respective fruits. This Tantra Shastra should be replete with all stotras, meditation techniques, puja procedures, mantras and Kavach. It should not include mantras which might cause sinners to become hostile or averse to me. But of course, in 1,000, if there is one true devotee of mine, you can disclose this most secret mantra also. By the effect of my mantra, devotees will become punyatmas and reach my abode. If my Tantra Shastras are not disclosed, then no one will be able to get entry into Golok. If this happens, the entire Brahmand will become useless and fruitless. But this will not be good or desirable. Therefore, in every creation, you must create 5 kinds of people. In this way, it can be assured that even if most people remain on earth, many will attain a place in heaven. If Shiva in the Dev Sabha, assembly of gods, expresses a strong desire for this, then he will immediately have a darshan of me. After speaking in this heavenly Vani, Shri Hari became silent. The creator of the entire universe, Shri Brahma, heard all this and became very joyful and pleased, and he immediately conveyed it to Shri Shankar. The foremost of the wise and the master of all knowledge, Bhagwan Shankar, listened to Brahma. Then he took Ganga Jal, water of the Ganga, in his hands and made a solemn promise to carry out the command of Shri Hari. Then he started the Tantra Shastra, which is filled with the great mantras of Bhagavati Jagadamba. In obedience to my promise, I will create and compile the essential Tantra Shastra from the Vedas. These words kept echoing in the heart of Bhagwan Shankar. He expressed a verdict that if anyone takes Gangajal in his hand and makes a promise and then does not fulfill it, he will go to a hell called Kal Sutra and stay there for the duration of a lifespan of Brahma. Brahman, all the gods had assembled in Golok. As soon as Bhagwan Shankar made this pronouncement, immediately there appeared in their midst Bhagwan Parabrahma Shri Krishna and Bhagawati Radha. Having this darshan of Purushottam Bhagwan Shri Hari, the joy of the gods knew no bounds. They began to sing stutis in praise of the Lord. All the gods were so happy that they again started celebrating. After that, at an auspicious time, Sri Shankar Bhagwan created the Sattvic Tantra Shastra which sheds light on Mukti. Narad, I have just told you a great secret which is inaccessible to most. It was Purna Brahma Bhagwan Shri Krishna himself who assumed the form of water and became the Ganga. This is the mystery of how Ganga manifested in Golok. This is how Bhagwan Shri Radha Krishna manifested as Ganga. The Ganga, which manifested from the bodies of Shri Krishna and Shri Radha, has the power to grant both Bhukti and Mukti. Bhagwan Shri Krishna has made arrangements for her to flow wherever she desires. This Ganga Devi, who is Shri Krishna Swarupa, is worshipped in the entire Brahmand. Chapter 9, Episodes 13 and 14. Wrath of Shri Radha on Ganga. Ganga takes refuge in the lotus feet of Shri Krishna. Deprived of water, the gods sing Brahma Stuti to please Shri Radha. How Ganga became Vishnupatni. Naradji said, Sureshwar, after 5,000 years of Kali, where will Ganga go? Mahabhag, please tell me the story. Bhagwan Narayan said, Narad, due to the curse of Saraswati, Ganga came to Bharatvarsh. By the command of Bhagwan Shri Hari, when the curse ends, Lakshmi will also return to the Lord. Narad, these same Ganga, Saraswati and Lakshmi are the beloved wives of Shri Hari. Together with Tulsi, 4 wives are mentioned in the Vedas. Narad said, Bhagwan, please tell me how Ganga, who manifested from the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Hari, stayed in the Kamandalu of Parabrahma and how she had the privilege of becoming the beloved of Bhagwan Shri Shankar. Munivar, Ganga has also presided as the wife of Bhagwan Narayan. How did all this come to pass? Please explain this mystery to me. Bhagwan Narayan says, in ancient times, Ganga, in the form of water, presided in Golok. Having manifested from Radha and Shri Krishna, Ganga was a part of them and also their swarupa. The presiding Devi of the watery Ganga assumed a most beautiful form and descended on earth. Her body was ever youthful. She was wearing divine ornaments. Her face was like the lotus which blooms in the middle of Sharad Ritu, autumn, and she had a most pleasing smile. Her complexion was like molten gold. In effulgence, she was brighter than the full moon of autumn. She was in pure sattvic form. 2 large eyes added beauty to her face. She was casting sidelong glances. Rows of curls framed her face. She wore a garland of fragrant malati flowers. On her forehead was a crescent moon drawn with sandal paste, and over that was a sindoor bindi. Both her temples had designs made out of kasturi, musk. Her lips were as red as the dopaharia flower. Her teeth shone like grains of pomegranate. She was dressed in divine garments. With bashful modesty, the goddess Ganga took her seat near Shri Krishna. She looked at Shri Krishna without blinking and drank the nectar of his divine form. Her face wore a smile of joy. The sight of the Lord thrilled her and made her thoughtless. Just then Bhagwati Radha arrived and took her seat. She was accompanied by a large retinue of gopikas. Radha shone with the lustre of a crore of moons all shining together. She was playing the Leela of showing Viraat. So her eyes resembled red lotuses. Her complexion was as yellow as the champak flower and her gait was like an enraged elephant. Most precious ornaments adorned her divine form. She wore pitambar, yellow silk clothes, studded with gemstones. She bore in her heart the adorable, most worshipful lotus feet of Shri Krishna. She had come in an ornamented, jewelled conveyance. All the rishis were engaged in her worship. A snow-white whisk was being waved over her. Her forehead was decorated with bindu of kasturi, musk, paste of chandan and a bindi of glowing red sindoor. The parting of her hair was clean and straight. A beautiful garland of parijat flowers adorned her neck. Her curly hair was quivering and her body was trembling. She was wrathful and her lips were trembling. She went and sat on the jewel-studded throne beside Shri Krishna. Bhagwan Shri Krishna rose and welcomed her with a smile and sweet words. The Gopas were filled with fear. With bowed head and shoulders, They offered pranams to Bhagwan Shri Radha and began to sing Stutis. Parabrahma Shri Krishna also sang Stutis. Ganga also rose and offered pranams and praises. Her heart was filled with fear. With great humility and decorum, she made inquiries of Shri Radha. Through fear, she stepped down and stood below. She fixed her attention on the divine lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Seeing Ganga anchored in the lotus in her heart, Bhagwan Shri Krishna granted her Abhaidhan, protection to those who take refuge in the lotus feet. On receiving this promise of protection, Ganga could stabilize her attention. She opened her eyes and beheld Devi Radhika seated on a high singhasan. Her form was most pleasing. Just beholding her grants immense joy. Her divine form was radiating Brahmatej, divine brilliance. This ancient and eternal Devi creates innumerable Brahmas. She is ever young and perpetually 12 years of age. The freshness of youth enhanced her beauty. In the whole universe, there is no one and nothing to compare with her beauty of form and attributes. She is the embodiment of peace, beauty, virtue, and she is eternal, without beginning and without end. She is called Subhadra, Shubha, and Subhaga. She is always possessed of the auspiciousness of her Swami. She is the best among women and is endowed with great beauty. She is called the Ardhangini, half-body of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. In effulgence, state and lustre, she was equal to Shri Krishna. Lakshmi Pati Bhagwan Vishnu, together with Lakshmi, has worshipped this Mahalakshmi. She envelops the assembly of Paramatma Shri Krishna with her splendor and radiance. The rare and excellent betel leaf offered by her attendants added color to her lips. She is herself unborn and is the one who gives birth to the universe. She is renowned and celebrated with honor and glory throughout the world. She rules over the supreme soul of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. To him, she is dearer than life. Narad, this beautiful vision of Raseshwari Shri Radha made Ganga thirst for more. She kept drinking in her beauty with eyes that would not blink. Muni, just then Shri Radha began to speak in a most pleasing voice to Jagadishwar Shri Krishna. Her form was most peaceful and there was a divine smile on her face. Shri Radha said, Pranesh, who is this most fortunate one who has caused such a pleasing smile on your face? She is casting slanting glances and showing a desire to meet you. Your form has made her thoughtless and her whole being is vibrating. She is hiding her face behind a cloth and looking at you again and again. You are also looking in her direction and smiling occasionally. As she is of the female species who is sensitive, I forgive her. You have loved Virja, the Devi who is devoid of Rajoguna. She then renounced her body and became a great river. She still exists as a river. She has given birth to 7 seas. Prananath, you loved Shobha, radiance. She also renounced her body and went to Chandramandal, lunar system. She became extremely effulgent. You broke up the luster and distributed it to gems, gold, precious stones, faces of women, kings, buds of flowers, ripe fruits, undulating fields of ripe grain, palaces of kings, new leaves and milk. All this glisten and shine with that luster. I saw you in the company of Prabha, light. She renounced her body and went to Surya Mandal, solar system. At that time her body shone with bright light. You divided that light and distributed it to fire, yakshas, emperors, devatas, devotees of Vishnu, Nagas, Brahmins, Munis, Tapasvis, auspicious and virtuous women, and renowned and glorious men. Once I saw you with Shanti, peace and tranquility in Ras Mandal. She renounced her body and got absorbed into your being. At that time, her body became saturated with all excellent qualities. You divided it and distributed it to the world. Some part of it you gave to me. Some you gave to this place, and some went to the Brahmins. Some you gave to Sattva Swarupa Lakshmi, some to those who chant mantras to you, some to Devi Bhaktas, some to Tapasvis, Devatas and Pandits. Prabhu, I have only been able to say this much. There are so many more qualities within you. Radha, with eyes as red as lotuses, spoke thus to Bhagwan Shri Krishna. Then she turned to Ganga. Ganga was in deep meditation and she divined what Radha had in her mind. She immediately vanished and entered her water form. Shri Radha, who is Sakshat Siddha Yogini, proficient in yoga, knew the secret of the disappearance of Ganga. She picked up the waters of the Ganga in Anjali, cupped hands, and began to drink. Ganga realized the intentions of Shri Radha and went and took refuge in the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Krishna and got absorbed. Radha looked everywhere, Golok, Vaikunth, Brahmalok, but could not find Ganga. By that time all the water in the universe was finished. There was not even slush or even wet clay anywhere. This brought Brahma, Vishnu, Shankar, Anant, Dharm, Indra, Chandrama, Surya, Manugan, all the Munis, Devatas, Siddhas and Tapasvis to Golok. Their throats, lips and talus, fontanel bone area were dry and parched. They offered pranams to Bhagwan Shri Krishna, who is beyond Prakriti and who is supreme. It is his nature to grant boons. He is the originator of all the boons. He is verily Niricha, not desiring anything, Nirakara, formless, Nirlipt, unconnected, Nirashraya, needing no basis, Nirguna, devoid of attributes, Nirutsaha, without enthusiasm, Nirvikara, changeless, and Niranjan, unstrained by limitations. To fulfill the desires of his bhaktas, he incarnates in various forms as per his will. He is the embodiment of truth, virtues, the witness, and the eternal Purush. In this whole universe, there is none greater than him. Therefore, to this Purna Brahma, Parameshwar, Bhagwan Shri Krishna, Brahma and all gods offered pranams and began to sing stutis. Out of bhakti their heads and shoulders were bowed. Their voices were tremulous with adoration. Their eyes were filled with tears of joy. Their bodies were vibrating with a divine grace. The form of the Lord was brilliant and lustrous. He is the cause of all causes. He was seated on a jewel-studded throne. Gopas, keepers of cows, were waving snow-white whisks, and the dance of the Gopikas brought a smile of appreciation to his face. Dearer than life, Shri Radha presided on his chest. He was chewing the fragrant pan that she had offered. Devadidev, the most supreme Bhagwan Shri Krishna, presided over Ras Mandal. It was here that Munis, men, Siddhas and Tapasvis, by virtue of their meditation, got a darshan of the Divine Lord. Everyone was amazed and overjoyed. Then they expressed their prayer to Jagat Prabhu Chaturanan Brahma. Brahmaji took their prayer and keeping Vishnu on his right and Mahadev on his left, they proceeded near the throne of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. He was seated on the throne and beside him sat Ananda Swarupini Shri Radha. Just then Brahma saw that the whole of Rasmandal was pervaded by Shri Krishna. Every single person there resembled Shri Krishna in form and dress. All sat on similar thrones. Transformed into the two-handed figure of Shri Krishna, all held muralis, flutes, and all wore vanmalas, garlands of wild flowers. All had peacock feathers in their crowns. The Kaustubh Mani, jewel worn by Sri Vishnu, was visible on every breast. Every single one was of the same characteristics, dress, form, luster, and effulgence, and all were serenity personified. All were perfect and complete with all the powers. Brahma was unable to identify who was the server and who was the served. One moment Shri Krishna would appear to Brahma in his most effulgent form, sitting on the throne. The next moment he would change from form to formless. Then suddenly Brahma would see that he was all alone. Again, in a moment, Brahma would see one Shri Krishna and one Shree Radha seated on every Singhasan. Then Brahma saw that Shri Krishna assumed the form of Shree Radha and Shree Radha became the form of Shri Krishna. Brahma could not solve the mystery as to who was the male and who was female. Then the Creator Sri Brahma meditated upon Bhagwan Shri Krishna sitting in the lotus of his own heart. By the power of his meditation, he saw where the Lord was and he worshipped him by singing stutis. Then, on the command of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, he closed his eyes. Then he saw Bhagwan Shri Krishna with Radha in his heart, seated on the throne alone. He was surrounded by courtiers. There were clusters of gopis all over. Then all the gods who had accompanied Brahma offered pranams and began to sing stutis. Then the all-knowing, benevolent, most pleasing and most merciful Lakshmi Pati Parabrahma Bhagwan Shri Krishna understood the prayer in their hearts and spoke to them. Bhagwan Shri Krishna said, Brahman, may you be happy and prosperous. I have understood all of you have come to take the glorious Ganga. But at the present moment, she has taken refuge in my lotus feet and she is hiding in them. The reason is that she was sitting with me. Radhaji saw her and decided to consume her. So she came into my feet. I will give her to you with pleasure, but first you must try to calm her fears. Narad, hearing these words of Shri Krishna, Brahma became happy and smiled. Then he and all the devatas began to worship that Devi Bhagavati Radha who was venerated even by Bhagwan Shri Krishna. They all became engaged in singing stutis. Out of bhakti, Brahmaji became meek and humble, and all his four faces sang stutis to Radhaji. The creator of the four Vedas, Chaturanand Brahma, worshipped Bhagavati Radha in this way. Brahmaji said, Devi, this Ganga was produced entirely out of the bodies of Bhagwan Shri Krishna and your divine self when both of you presided over Ras Mandal. The divine music of Bhagwan Shankar had enamored you and Ganga flowed out of both of you in the form of water. This makes her like your daughter and she is worshipping you by chanting your mantras. It is fitting that she should worship you. As a fruit of this worship, she will be privileged to have Vaikunt Adipati Chaturbhuj, four-armed Bhagwan Shri Hari as her husband. Also, by one of your powers, she will descend on earth and the ocean, which is a partial embodiment of Shri Hari, will become her husband. Mother, may Ganga always be in the form as she is in Golok. You are her divine mother and forever she is your child. Narad, hearing these prayers of Brahma, Bhagavati Radha smiled. She accepted the prayer. Then Ganga emerged from the toenails of the lotus feet of Shri Krishna. all paid her respect and honor. Then from out of the water came the presiding Devi Ganga, and her form was most tranquil and peaceful. Brahma filled his kamandalu with this water. Bhagwan Shankar gave her a place on his head. Then Brahma, born from a lotus, gave Ganga the precious Radha mantra. He also taught her the Radha Kavach and mantras and puja procedures and meditation. These are all contained in the Sama Veda. Ganga observed all these procedures and performed puja to Bhagavati Radha and then left for Vaikunth. Muni, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Ganga and purifier of the earth Tulasi, all these four Devis are consorts of Bhagwan Narayan. Then Paramatma Bhagwan Shri Krishna smiled and imparted to Brahma the hitherto unknown and difficult to understand facts about the present times. Bhagwan Shri Krishna said, Brahman, you must accept Ganga. Vishnu, Maheshwar, Vidata, I am going to tell you about the present situation. Listen carefully. All of you who are here present, Devatas, Munis, Manu, Siddhas and Yashasvis should understand that only you exist. As Golok is completely beyond the influence and effects of Kal Chakra, Wheel of Time, nothing happened to you. Right now, because the time of dissolution has come, everything has perished under water. All the gods of all the universes, starting with Brahma, have all been absorbed within me. Brahman, excepting Vaikunth, everything else is inundated in the deluge. You must now go and start the creation of Brahmalok and all the Brahmans, universes. After that, Ganga will come. Now you and all the gods must leave immediately. Already a lot of time has passed. Many Brahmas and gods like you have been dissolved and many will be created. Muni, after saying this, the most supreme and worshipful, beloved of Radha, Bhagwan Shri Krishna, removed himself from their sight. Brahma and all the gods left and engaged themselves in the creation of the world. Then Ganga started her journey to all the places commanded by Parabrahma Paramatma Bhagwan Shri Krishna, Golok, Vaikunth, Shivlok, Brahmalok and other places. As Ganga originated from the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Hari, she is also called Vishnupatnis. Brahman, I have told you the story of Ganga. By listening to this, one gets happiness and moksha. Now, what else do you wish to hear? Narad said, Bhagwan, you have told me that Lakshmi, Saraswati, Ganga and the one who purifies the earth, Tulasi, were the wives of Bhagwan Narayan. You have also told me how Ganga went to Vaikunth. But how did Ganga become the wife of Vishnu Bhagwan? I have not had the good fortune of knowing this. Please tell me the story. Bhagwan Narayan says, when Ganga reached Vaikunth, a little later the created Brahma also arrived. He offered pranams to Jagat Prabhu Bhagwan Shri Hari and said, Brahmaji said, Bhagwan, Ganga, who emerged from the lotus feet of Shri Radha and Shri Krishna in Brahmadrav Rupini, that is, form of water, now presides in a most pleasing Devi Roop. Divine youthfulness has made her form beautiful to behold. She is totally devoid of anger and ego. Having manifested from the body of Shri Krishna, she does not wish anyone else as a husband. But the glorious and lustrous Radha does not wish this. Radha wanted to drink her up completely, but Ganga cleverly entered the lotus feet of Paramatma Shri Krishna and took refuge. When the entire Brahmand became dry and parched, I went to Golok. The all-knowing Bhagwan Shri Krishna presided in witness state. He knew the difficult drought being experienced by all, and he released her from his stores. I taught her mantras to please and appease Shree Radha. Her water forms spread throughout Brahmand Golok. Then after offering pranams to Shri Radha and Shri Krishna, I brought her here with me. Prabhu, it is my earnest prayer that you make this holy Sureshwari Ganga your wife. Devesh, you are the most precious gem among men. This Devi is also considered a gem among women. Those who have knowledge of Sat Asat, that is, truth and untruth, those Pandits never disrespect Ganga. All men are born of Prakriti and women are also her creation. Only you, O Prabhu, Bhagwan Shri Hari, are beyond Prakriti and beyond the effects of the gunas. Paripurnatma, that is, the most complete, Shri Krishna divided himself into two. One half manifested as the four-armed, that is, Chaturbhuj Shri Hari. In the same way, from the left half of his body manifested Shri Radha, who again divided into two. The right half remained as herself, and the left half manifested as Shri Lakshmi. Therefore, because she also manifested from you, Ganga wishes to be your wife. Like Prakriti and Purush, man and wife are two halves of one and the same body. Saying this, Brahma installed Ganga beside Bhagwan Shri Hari and left. Then Shri Hari himself went through the ceremony of marriage and accepted Ganga, who was decorated with flowers and chandan, as his wife. Ganga, in water form, who had gone to Prithvi, also returned shortly to the Devi. In this way, Ganga, who manifested from the bodies of Shri Krishna and Shri Radha, attained Vishnupad and got the name Vishnupadi. Saraswati continued to bear malice towards Ganga, but Ganga had no bad feelings towards Saraswati. However, in the end, Ganga was forced to curse Saraswati to descend to Bharatvarsh. In this way, Lakshmi Pati Shri Hari had three wives, including Ganga. Later, Tulsi also got the privilege of becoming his wife. So, including Tulsi, there were four wives. Chapter 9, Episode 15. The episode of Raja Vrishadhwaj in the story of Tulsi. Naradji asked, Prabhu, how did the pious Tulsi become the wife of Bhagwan Shri Hari? Where was she born and what was she in her previous birth? Whose clan did she purify and who were her parents? By what tapasya was she granted the great boon of receiving Bhagwan Shri Hari as her husband? Because the Divine Lord is desireless. Also, please tell me what caused her to take the form of a plant and how did she get caught in the web of an asura? O you who remove all doubts, please explain all this to me. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, there was once a great Punya Atma Manu called Daksha Savarni. He was a partial incarnation of Bhagwan Vishnu and he was very holy, renowned and glorious. He was a staunch devotee of Shri Hari. He had a son called Brahma Savarni. He had a very pure attention. He always had dharmic thoughts and was a bhakta of Bhagwan Shri Hari. He had a son, Dharma Savarni. He had mastered all his senses and was devoted to Shri Hari. He had a son, Rudra Savarni, and he had a son, Deva Savarni. He was also a great Vaishnava. He had a son, Indra Savarni. This great devotee of Vishnu had a son, Vrishadhwaj. This Vrishadhwaj had great devotion to Bhagwan Shankar. The great Lord himself stayed for a long time in his kingdom. He was as dear to Bhagwan Shankar as his own son. Raja Vrishadhwaj had no belief in Bhagwan Vishnu, Lakshmi or Saraswati. He had stopped doing puja to any other deity beside Bhagwan Shankar. In ego and arrogance, he began to disturb and cause obstacles in the Mahalakshmi pujas during Bhadramas, 6th month of the Hindu calendar. On Shukla Panchami day, in the month of Magh, 11th month, all the devatas used to perform a puja to Shree Saraswati. The king never participated. It had become his nature and inclination to cast aspersions and insults at yagyas and Vishnu pujas. He was totally devoted only to Bhagwan Shankar. Seeing his pride and arrogance, Surya put a curse on him. May your Shri, which is fame, fortune, brilliance and reputation, be destroyed. Seeing his devotee in trouble, Bhagwan Shankar, Ashutosh Bholenath, Mahadeva picked up his Trishul and attacked Surya. Surya, along with his father Kashyapji, went to Brahmaji for protection. Bhagwan Shankar reached Brahmalok. Brahma was also in awe of Sri Shankar, so he took Surya and went to Vaikunth. They took refuge at the lotus feet of the Lord of all, Bhagwan Shri Hari. They offered obeisance again and again and told the Lord the reason for their fear. Then Bhagwan Narayan offered them Abhay, protection, and said, "Do not be afraid. While I am here, there is no danger to you. If my bhaktas remember me in times of distress, no matter where they are, I go immediately to their aid. Devas, I am Karta Bharta, sustainer and protector of the entire universe. It is I in the form of Brahma who creates and I in the form of Shankar who dissolves. I am verily Shiva. You are me and Shankar is also not separate from me. I assume different forms to carry out creation and protection and dissolution. Devatas, go in peace. No harm will come to you. I promise you. From today, you will have nothing to fear from Shankar. He is the Swami of honest, pure men. He is called Bhakta Atma and Bhakta Vatsala and also submits to his devotees. Brahman, Sudarshan Chakra and Bhagwan Shankar are both dearer than life to me. In the whole Brahmand, there is no one of greater tejas, brilliance, effulgence. If Shankar so wishes, he can create by his Leela crores of suns. He has also the power to create crores of Brahmas. For this Trishuldhari, nothing is impossible. Negating all outside knowledge, he is absorbed day and night in my meditation. It has become his nature to chant my mantras from all his 5 faces and to sing my praises with complete devotion. I, in turn, am always concerned with his success and well-being, because it is my principle to look after my devotees with the same degree of concern and compassion as they have bhakti and shraddha for me. By this time, Bhagwan Shankar reached Vaikuntha. He bore the Trishul in his hand. He was mounted on Rishabh and his eyes were the color of a red lotus. He dismounted from his conveyance and with humble stance and peaceful air, he offered pranams to Lakshmi Kant Bhagwan Narayan. At that time, Bhagwan Shri Hari was seated on his jewel-studded throne. He was adorned with precious ornaments. He wore a crown, earrings on his ears, chakra in his hand, and a garland on his neck. His complexion was like a new, rain-filled cloud. He had 4 arms. His courtiers were waving white whisks around him. Narad, his entire body was anointed with sandal paste and he wore pitambar. The betel leaf offered by Sri Lakshmi was in his mouth. Seeing this beautiful and awesome form, Sri Shankar bowed his head at the lotus feet. Brahma offered pranams to Sri Shankar, and Surya, shaking with fear, also offered pranams to Sri Shankar. Kashyap bowed before Sri Shankar and sang his stutis. Then Sri Shankar sat on the throne offered to him by Sri Hari. The courtiers began to serve him also with the white whisk waving around him. After he got refreshed, Bhagwan Shri Hari spoke to him in sweet and gentle tones. Bhagwan Vishnu said, Mahadev, what has caused you to come here? Please tell me the reason for your anger. Mahadev said, Bhagwan, Raja Vrishadhwaj is my great devotee. I love him more than life. Surya has cursed him and this is the cause of my anger. I went to the aid of my dearest son and wanted to kill Surya. But he ran to Brahma and now he has come here with Brahma to take refuge at your feet. Any devotee who surrenders at your lotus feet cannot get affected by any danger or adversity. They are even immune to death and old age. Bhagwan, the fruits of devotion and surrender are evident. So what can I say? No sooner a person becomes your devotee, he becomes auspicious and entitled to your protection. But Jagat Prabhu, tell me what is to happen to my devotee, how will he continue to live? After the curse of Surya, he has lost all his honor and wealth. He has even lost his powers of thinking and discretion. Bhagwan Vishnu said, Shambho, by the instigation of fate and destiny, a lot of time has passed. 21 yugas have elapsed, although here in Vaikuntha only half an hour has passed. Therefore, you must return to your abode now. Time, which cannot be stopped or pushed back by anyone, has already consumed Vrishadhwaj. Not only this, but his son Ratadhwaj is also dead. At present, the 2 sons of Ratadhwaj are living. Their names are Dharmadhwaj and Kushadhwaj. They are still suffering the curse of Surya. They have no fame and fortune, nor do they have their kingdom. They now spend all their time worshipping Lakshmi. As a consequence, Lakshmi will manifest from the stomach of their wives. Then they will be blessed with Lakshmi. Shambho, your devotee Vrishadhwaj no longer exists. Therefore, you may return to your abode. Devatas, you may also leave. Narad, after saying this, Bhagwan Shri Hari, together with Lakshmi, removed themselves from sight. All the Devatas were pleased and also left. The most complete and self-contained Shankar also left with the intention of doing tapasya. Chapter 9, Episode 16. Story of Vedvati with a reference to Sri Ramcharitra. Narration of incidents from previous births of Bhagwati Sita and Draupadi. Bhagwan Narayan says, Muni, Dharmadwaj and Kushadwaj performed severe tapasya to Bhagwati Lakshmi and got as boons all their desires fulfilled. By the blessings of Mahalakshmi, they got back their kingdom. They became dharmic. They were blessed with children. The virtuous wife of Kushadwaj was called Malavati. The baby girl who was born to her was an Ansh, fractional manifestation of Lakshmi. She was born with divine knowledge, and at birth in clear tones she chanted the Vedas. She walked out of the birth chamber. For this reason she was called Vedvati. Soon after her birth, she took a bath and went towards the forest to do tapasya. Many tried to stop her, but with her attention firmly fixed on Bhagwan Narayan, she left. She performed tapasya for 1 manvantar, 14th part of the day of Brahma, in the region of Pushkar. Her tapasya continued as a Leela. In spite of severe renunciation, her body remained youthful and healthy. She heard a voice from heaven, O beautiful one, Bhagwan Shri Hari will be your husband in your next birth. That Lord, whom even Brahma and the Devatas find very difficult to attain with their worship, that same Parabrahma will be your Lord and Master. Muni, after hearing this divine Akashvani, the maiden Vedvati went to the Gandhamadan mountain and performed even more severe tapasya. It was there that she saw Ravan, who could not be moved in any way. According to the Atiti Dharma, she offered him water to wash the feet, sweet fruits, and clear cool water to drink. Ravan was wild and wicked. After eating the fruits, he went very close to Vedvati and asked, Kalyani, who are you and what are you doing alone in this place? That Devi was most beautiful and there was a smile on her face. Seeing her, the lustful Ravan swooned. His heart became burning hot with agitation and impure thoughts. He wanted to pull her hand and decorate her hair with flowers and ornaments. Seeing his evil intentions, Vedvati was filled with anger. With her tapobal, power of tapasya, she caused him to become rooted to the ground, senseless and immovable. He could neither speak nor move. In this condition, he began to sing stutis in his mind to this lotus-eyed Devi. Worship of the Shakti does not go unrewarded. Therefore, Devi Vedvati, pleased with his worship, promised him the fruits of his worship in Parlok. At the same time, she also pronounced a curse upon him. O wretched rascal, for my sake, you and your friends and family will perish, because you cast lustful eyes on me. Now you will see my power. Then Devi Vedvati, by her yogic powers, renounced her body. Ravan offered the body to the Ganga and made his way home, thinking, what wondrous incident have I just witnessed? This Devi has done an impossible thing, and he began to cry loudly. Muni, it was this Devi who later manifested as the daughter of Raja Janaka and was named Sita. She became the cause of the death of Ravan. Because of her punyas, she married Sri Rama, who was verily Bhagwan Shri Hari. It was not easily accessible to worship Jagatpati. By her severe tapasya as Devi Vedavati, that she was able to attain the Lord. In the form of Sita, the Devi spent many happy days with Sri Rama. She had memory of her previous tapasyas, but she did not recall them. In the present, she renounced all memory of the past. Chapter 9, Episode 17, The Manifestation of Bhagavati Tulsi. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, the wife of Dharmadvaj was called Madhavi. She used to accompany her husband to the beautiful forests of Gandhamadhan Parvat. They spent many years there and lost count of time. Then one day the king got enlightenment and ended this life of aimless pleasure. Madhavi gave birth to a beautiful baby girl on the day of Kartik Purnima. It was a day which was most holy, most auspicious, when the stars were most favorable, and it was a Friday. The child was as beautiful as the full moon on Sharad Purnima. Her eyes were like the lotus which blooms in autumn. Her lips were rosy like the bimba fruit, and the soles of her feet and the palms of her hands were red. She had a deep nabi. Her body remained warm in winter and cool in summer. Her complexion was shyam, blue-black. Her hair was dark and dense like the roots hanging around a banyan tree. She shone like the yellow champak. She was verily a fractional manifestation of Sri Lakshmi. She was incomparable. Learned and wise people called her Tulsi. She gave beauty to the earth like Sakshat Prakriti Devi. Even though everyone tried to prevent her, she left to do tapasya in Badrivan. She continued her tapasya for a very long time. Her one and only desire was that she should attain Bhagwan Narayan as her husband. During summer, she would perform penance amidst Panchagni, a collection of 5 fires, and in the winter, she would sit in the cold water and do tapasya. And in the rainy season, she would sit outside unprotected from the rain. For thousands of years, she lived on fruits and water. Then, for another 1,000 years, she chewed leaves. And for another 1,000 years, she just lived on air. By this time, her body became weak. She continued her tapasya standing on one leg. Brahma hastened to Badarikashram to grant her a boon. The god with 4 faces came, seated on a swan. Tulsi offered pranams, and the creator of the world said to her, Tulsi, you may ask for your dearest wish. If you desire to become a bhakt of Bhagwan Shri Hari, or you want to be his servant, or you want eternal youth or eternal life, ask for it and I shall grant it to you. Tulsi said, Pitamaha, you are all-knowing. Even then I will tell you. In my last life, I was a gopi and my name was Tulsi. Golok was my home. I had the great fortune of being the favorite playmate of Shri Krishna. I was his Ardangini, wife, and with my Prabhu, I spent many beautiful times. But I was not satisfied. Then one day, before the whole Ras Mandal, Devi Bhagavati Radha pronounced a curse on me. You go and take birth in Manav Yoni, human birth. Just then Bhagwan Govind said to me, Devi, do tapasya in Bharatvarsh. Brahma will grant you a boon whereby you will attain Shri Vishnu, who is my manifestation, as your husband. Saying this, Bhagwan Shri Krishna removed himself from the sight. O Guru, I renounced that body and now I am here in Bharatvarsh. That beautiful embodiment of peace, Bhagwan Narayan, was my husband once. I desire that I get him as my husband again. Please grant me this boon and fulfill my desire. Brahmaji said, a partial manifestation of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, a gop, by the name of Sudama, is also in Bharatvarsh due to a curse of Radhika. This gop is considered Sakshat Ansh, fractional manifestation of Shri Krishna. He has taken birth in the clan of Danu and is famous by the name of Shankachud. There is no one who can compare with him. At the present moment, he is beside the ocean. Being the partial manifestation of Bhagwan Shri Krishna, he remembers his past clearly. O beautiful one, you also know everything of your past. In this life, Shankachud will be your husband. Then in divine play, that same Bhagwan Narayan will pronounce a curse on you. You will get the privilege of purifying the world by manifesting in Bharatvarsh as a plant. You will be the foremost of all flowers. Bhagwan Vishnu will consider you dearer than life. Without you, pujas will be incomplete. You will grow profusely in Vrindavan and will be called Vrindavani. Your leaves will be used by gops and gopis to perform puja to Bhagwan Madhav. You will be the goddess of all the plants and will enjoy the company of Bhagwan Shri Krishna in his manifestation as a gop. Narad, after Shri Brahma spoke, a smile shone on the face of Tulasi. Her heart was joyful and she spoke to Shri Brahmadev. Pitamaha, I will speak the truth. The devotion and longing that I felt for the two-armed Shyam Sundar Bhagwan Shri Krishna, I do not feel for Chaturbhuj Shri Vishnu. But in obedience to the will of Govind, I will pray for Chaturbhuj Shri Hari. Oh, Govind has become inaccessible to me. Bhagwan, please make it possible for me to attain that Govind in the future. Please also release me of the fear of Radha. Brahmaji said, Devi, for your sake, I am teaching you the Shodashakshar mantra of 16 syllables. Enthrone it in your heart. By the boon that I give you, you will become very dear to Sri Radha. O fortunate one, you will also become as dear to Bhagwan Govind as Radha. Muni, then Jagadhata, father of the world, Brahma, gave to Tulasi the Shodashakshar mantra of Bhagavati Radha. He also advised her to sing stotras, recite Kavach, and taught her puja procedures and protocols. Tulasi started her worship of Bhagavati Radha and by her grace acquired all her qualities. As promised by Brahmaji, she got all the fruits of her worship. Whatever hardships she underwent during the tapasya, all got transformed into instruments of happiness. Chapter 9, Episode 18. Tulasi sees Shankachud in her dream. On the command of Brahmadev, they get married. Bhagwan Narayan says, one day the daughter of Vrishadhwaj, Tulasi, was sleeping. She saw in her dream a young man of a very pleasing form. He was in the prime of youth. His body was anointed with sandal paste. He wore ornaments and a garland. His eyes were drinking in the beauty of Tulasi. In her dream itself, she enjoyed the courtship of this youth. Muni, when she awoke, Tulasi began to lament and feel sorry for herself. Narad, at that very same time, the great yogi Shankachud entered Bhadrivan. The Muni Jaigeshavya had given him the most pleasing mantra of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. He had sat on the holy land of Pushkar and awakened the mantra. He was protected by the auspicious Kavach. He had received a boon from Sri Brahma and on his instructions he had come to Bhadrivan. As he entered, Tulasi saw him. He was as white and beautiful as a white champa flower. He wore jewels and ornaments. His face was like the full moon on Sharad Purnima. His eyes were like autumn lotus petals. 2 earrings adorned his temples. He wore a mala of parijat and there was a smile on his face. His body was anointed with sandal paste mixed with kasturi and kumkum. This most pleasing figure of Shankachud was enthroned on a jewelled conveyance. Seeing him, Tulasi hid her face with a silken cloth. Her head was bowed in bashful modesty, her face outshone the full moon of Sharad Purnima. Jewelled anklets adorned her feet. There were blue lotuses in her hair. The golden chain around her waist tinkled with tiny bells. She wore a garland of malati flowers and the ornaments on her hair enhanced her beauty. On her ears, she wore delicately crafted earrings studded with precious gems. She wore a heavy necklace of gold and gems. On her hands were armlets, bangles, bracelets and rings. Shankachud was struck by her beauty. He approached and sat down beside her. He spoke in soft, gentle tones. Shankachud said, "Devi, who are you? What is your father's name? Verily, you are the object of great admiration and respect. O you who possess all auspicious qualities, who are you in reality? Please tell me." Narad, hearing these words of praise, Tulasi bowed her head and spoke shyly. "Mahashay, I am the daughter of Raja Dharmadhwaj. I am here in this forest to perform tapasya. Who are you? You should leave as soon as possible because I have heard in the Shrutis that it is improper for a maiden to be alone in the company of a man. It is only that person who has never had the spiritual instructions or the good fortune to hear the Shrutis who develops bad intentions towards a maiden alone and unattended. There is no substance in the sweet tones that a woman uses. She is always vain and conceited. In fact, a woman is like a pot of poison, though her face and voice drips with honey. She is like a chain which binds one to the material world. A woman is likened to Indrajal, trickery and illusion, and as unreal as a dream. From the outside, a woman appears beautiful, but within she harbors wicked and despicable intentions. Her body and mind are both unclean. During creation, Brahma made this elusive woman for cheats and fraudulent persons. She is poisonous for those men who seek moksha. Therefore, the man who desires moksha should not even look at a woman. Shankachud said, "Devi, whatever you have said is not untrue. But please listen to my words, which are a blend of truth and untruth. The Creator made 2 kinds of women, genuine and false. Both are pleasing to behold. But one has dignity and one has not. Lakshmi, Saraswati, Durga, Savitri and Radhika, these 5 Devis are Shrishti Sutra, the root causal of creation. The main purpose of their manifestation was creation. Their partial manifestations as Ganga and other Devis are their material or substantial forms. They are important. These most glorious and splendid Devis are the mothers of all auspiciousness, prosperity and blessings. Shatrupa, Devhuti, Swada, Swaha, Dakshina, Chayavati, Rohini, Varuni, Shachi, Kuber Patni, Aditi, Diti, Lopamudra, Anasuya, Kotivi, Tulasi, Ahalya, Arundhati, Mena, Tara, Mandodari, Damayanti, Vedavati, Ganga, Manasa, Pushti, Tushti, Smriti, Medha, Kalika, Vasundhara, Shashti, Mangal Chandi, Dharampatni, Murti, Swasti, Shraddha, Shanti, Kanti, Shema, Nidra, Tandra, Kshuda, Vipasa, Sandhya, Divya, Ratri, Sampati, Dhriti, Kirti, Kriya, Shobha, Prabha and Shiva. All are women manifestations of these Devis who appeared in every yuga and were honored and respected. A part of a fraction of Jagadamba which became Apsaras in heaven have been called as ordinary. In the world, they are considered women of low moral character. A woman who is virtuous, honest and truthful is honored and respected in the world. Wise and learned men call such women Vastav Rupa, embodiment of genuine womanhood. These women who are of Rajogun temperament are of medium quality because there is no end to their desires and requirements. They succumb to pleasures and comforts and get overpowered by them and spend all their lives searching for more. Guile, hypocrisy, attachment and spiritual ignorance dwell within them. They can never be sincere and obedient to the laws and statutes of Dharma. Therefore, a woman in whom Rajoguna predominates can never have the qualities of goodness, virtue and chastity. Learned men call them as Madhyam Rupa. Women of Tamorup are inferior and degenerate. Wise men call them Adham, miserable, despicable, low and sinful. Devi, you have rightly said that a man of decent lineage should not hold conversation with an unknown, unchaperoned lady in a lonely place. I also support this view, but I have a desire to make you my bride. I am Shankachud. I belong to the clan of Danu. And the most important thing is that in my previous birth, I was a partial manifestation of Shri Hari as a gop called Sudama. I was one of the famous 8 attendants of Shri Krishna. Due to the curse of Devi Radhika, I had to become a Danavendra. The mantra of Shri Krishna is my favorite. I am able to know all about my past. You were also with Shri Krishna in your previous birth. You were Tulasi. Of course, you can also look into your past. The cause of your taking birth in Bharatvarsh is also the Viraat of Shri Radha. Munivar, Tulasi was pleased to hear what Shankachud said. With a smile, she replied, Kant, it is men of such pure nature and disposition who are always praised in this world. A woman should always desire to have such a husband. You are such a one, and I have been vanquished by you. A man who is conquered by a woman becomes an object of ridicule and unholy. A man who is dominated by a woman, who has succumbed to a woman, becomes despicable to his elders, friends, and gods. Even his parents, brothers, and sisters condemn him in their minds. It takes 10 days for a Brahmin to get cleansed from the impurities of birth and death, 12 days for Kshatriyas, and 15 days for a Vaishya. For a Shudra, the time required for cleansing is 1 month. Similarly, the children born out of a Gandharva Vivaha will get cleansed in the prescribed time. There will be no stigma on them. This is clearly stated in the Shastras. But for a man who is under submission to a woman, there is no cleansing for his entire life. Only when he is burning on the funeral pyre, he gets released from this sin. The ancestors of such a man do not accept obsequies that he offers for them. Even the Devatas do not accept oblations, flowers, and water offered by such a man. A man whose heart has been captivated and conquered by a woman, for such a man there is no purpose in his performing tap, jap, gyan, dhyan, homa pujan, or in acquiring knowledge or fame. I put you to a test to see how much pure knowledge you possess. It is necessary for a woman to know this before she agrees to accept one as her husband. The father who gives his daughter in marriage to a man who is devoid of good qualities, who is aged, ignorant in spirituality, impoverished, stupid, diseased, disfigured, ill-tempered, ugly, crippled, disabled, blind, dumb, deaf, or one of neuter gender, such a father commits a sin equal to Brahmin Hatya, murder of a Brahmin. The father who gives his daughter in marriage to a peaceful, virtuous, youthful, spiritually intelligent and simple-natured groom gets the benefits equal to performing 10 Ashwamedha Yagyas. The father who sells his daughter to get wealth suffers in a hell called Kumbhi Pak. There, he has to consume all dirty things. His body is attacked by worms and crows. He has to stay there for a long time. In his next birth, he suffers disease and illness. O Narad, after saying this, Devi Tulsi kept silent. Just then, Brahmaji came there and said, Shankachud, what you have been speaking to this Devi? Don't waste time. According to the rites of Gandharva Vivaha, you must marry her and accept her as your wife, because you are considered a gem among men and she is a gem among maidens. Then Brahmaji spoke to Tulsi, O faithful one, why are you taking a test of this youth? He has the Shakti to crush Devatas, Danavas and Asuras. Just accept him and reside with him as Lakshmi with Narayan, Radhika with Shri Krishna, Savitri with me, Devi Prithvi with Bhagwan Varaha, Dakshina with Yagya, Anasuya with Atri, Damyanti with Nal, Rohini with Chandrama, Rati with Kamdev, Aditi with Kashyap, Arundhati with Vashisht, Ahalya with Gautam, Devhuti with Kardam, Tara with Brihaspati, Shatrupa with Manu, Swaha with Agni, Shachi with Indra, Pushti with Ganesh, Devsena with Skanda, and Sadhvi with Dharam. Just like them, you also abide with Shankachud as his Saubhagyavati, beloved. Ultimately, you will go back to Shri Krishna in Golok, and Shankachud will renounce this body, return to Vaikunth, and get absorbed into the four-armed Bhagwan Shri Vishnu. Chapter 9, Episode 19, Gandharva Marriage of Tulsi to Shankachud. Story of their previous birth told to the Devatas. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, after bestowing his blessings on them, Brahmaji left. Shankachud married Tulsi in the Gandharva tradition. Drums sounded in heaven and flowers rained down from the skies. With his beautiful wife always beside him, the Emperor Shankachud ruled for many years. During his reign, there was a peace among Devatas Danavas, Asuras, Gandharvas, Kinnars and Rakshasas. Having lost their supremacy, the Devatas were reduced to pauperism. They went to Brahmaji and began to lament about their poverty and distress. The creator Brahmaji took them with him to the abode of Sri Shankar. The Lord Shiva, who bears the moon on his head, listened to them patiently. Then he accompanied all of them to Vaikuntha. Vaikuntha is most supreme and sacred. It is the most difficult place to reach. Old age and death cannot touch anyone there. The entrance to the abode of Bhagwan Shri Hari is most imposing. Even the guards sat on jewelled thrones at the gate. This sight filled everyone with awe. They all wore pitambar and were decorated with ornaments. All wore garlands and their complexion was like a rain-filled cloud. They all had 4 arms holding Shankh, Chakra, Gada and Padma. Their faces were smiling and their eyes were like lotus petals. After getting permission from these resplendent guards, Brahma and all the gods passed through 16 doors before they came into the presence of Bhagwan Shri Hari. The room was lined with Devrishis and courtiers. All attendants had 4 arms. They all resembled Bhagwan Narayan and all bore the Kaustubh jewel on their chest. The whole aspect resembled a lunar assembly. All 4 sides of the Bhavan were similar in form and decor. They were inlaid with precious stones. It had been built completely as per the wishes of Sri Hari. There was intricate trellis and lattice work wrought with rows of gemstones. Curtains of pearl strings added beauty to the decor. Crores of tiny round mirrors were embedded in the walls and reflected the beauty. Exquisite paintings and pictures adorned the walls. Pillars and arches formed fantastic lines. There were lotuses everywhere, crafted from the finest and reddest rubies. There was a most beautiful staircase of 100 steps covered with the precious Shamantak gemstones. The banisters were made of divine chandan wood laced with silk. The pillars were made of sapphires. There were cupolas and domes encrusted with precious stones. Garlands of parijat flowers hung all over. There were sandalwood trees anointed with kasturi and kumkum, and the air was filled with fragrance. This wonderful place covered 1,000 yojans. Attendants stood all around. Everything was divine, and all who saw it were speechless with wonder and awe. Narad, Bhagwan Shri Hari presided over that magnificent setting like the moon amidst the planets and stars. Brahmaji, Bhagwan Shankar and all the Devatas had a Sakshat darshan of Bhagwan Shri Hari seated on an exquisite gem-studded throne. He was decorated with crown, ear studs and flower garland. His body was anointed with divine chandan. In one hand a lotus rested. The divine form of the Lord was extremely peaceful and tranquil. Sri Lakshmi was engaged in worship of his lotus feet. He was chewing the fragrant roll of betel leaf offered to him by the lotus hands of Sri Lakshmi. Devi Ganga, with great devotion and respect, was waving a white whisk. The assembly of worshippers was bowed with humility and worship and was singing stutis and songs and praise. Muni, after getting this wonderful and profound darshan of Paripurnatham Bhagwan Shri Hari, Brahma and all the gods began to sing stutis. They were so filled with vibrations that tears welled up in their eyes and their voices were choked with emotion. Then, with great Shraddha, The creator of the universe, Brahmaji, placed before Shri Hari the plight of the Devatas. Shri Hari is omniscient and completely aware of everything. His face shone with a smile and he began a most illuminating elucidation. Bhagwan Shri Hari said, Brahman, this glorious and lustrous Shankachud was a gop in his previous birth. He is a fractional manifestation of myself. He was greatly devoted to me. I know everything about his past. It is now a part of ancient history. All those who had connection with Golok may now listen. Shankachud was a famous gop called Sudama. He was my prime courtier. The curse of Shri Radha caused him to be born in the Danava Yoni. Radha is completely kind and compassionate. It was on the condemnation of her handmaidens that she pronounced the curse on Sudama. But when Sudama came and offered pranams to me and left weeping, she felt gratified and her eyes filled with tears. She called him back and said, Vats, do not leave. Where are you going? But I pacified her and said, all of you must have patience and fortitude. This Sudama will endure the curse and return in half a second. Sudama, you must come back to this very place. Saying this, I calmed Radha. O guardian of the universe, Brahman, half a second in Golok is equal to one Manvantar on earth. Brahman, whatever is happening was ordained long ago. Therefore, this valiant Yogesh Shankachud, the knower of all languages, will ultimately return to Golok. Take this Trishul of mine and return quickly to Bharatvarsh. Shankar must use the Trishul to destroy the Danava. Danava Shankachud wears round his neck my all-protecting auspicious Kavach. This is why he is undefeatable and invincible and victorious over the whole world. As long as the Kavach is around his neck, no one can touch him. Therefore, I will come as a Brahmin and request him for the Kavach. Another boon I have given is that when the virtue and chastity of his wife ends, only then he will die. To create this eventuality, I will cause her to become pregnant. I have decided this. Actually, Tulsi is my eternal companion, so in effect there will be no blame or blemish. At the same time, Shankachud will die. Then his wife will renounce her body and come back to me as my beloved wife. Narad, saying this, Jagat Prabhu Shri Hari handed the Trishul to Bhagwan Shankar. Taking the Trishul, Rudra, Brahma and all the Devatas returned to Bharatvarsh. Chapter 9, Episode 20. Pushpadant goes to Shankachud as the emissary of Shiva. Shankachud gives counsel on pure knowledge to Tulsi. Bhagwan Narayan says, Brahmaji entrusted the job of destroying Shankachud to Bhagwan Shankar and immediately left for his abode. The Devatas also returned to their places. Sri Mahadev chose a place under a banyan tree on the banks of a Chandrabhaga river and settled there to carry out his task of destroying Shankachud. Gandharvaraj Chitrarad, also called Pushpadant, was a great devotee of Sri Shankar. He made him his messenger and sent him to Shankachur. The kingdom of the Danavraj was more beautiful than Amaravati and more lavish than the kingdom of Kuber. It was 10 yojans long and 5 yojans wide. It was made of crystal and gemstones. All around there were mounted guards. It was protected by 7 moats and 7 forts. The crores of gems embedded in the walls blazed like fire. There were hundreds of roads and ornamental altars. Prosperous traders had built lavish mansions and marketplaces were filled with rich merchandise. Temples and ashrams were decorated with red gemstones, the color of sindoor. Muni, after passing all this, Pushpadant reached the Bhavan of Shankachur in the center of the kingdom. The city was laid in a circular pattern like the lunar system. Like tongues of fire, 4 moats encircled it. Enemies would find it impossible to enter. But well-wishers and those seeking benevolence could go in freely. The Bhavan had ornamented parapets and towers. There were 12 imposing entrances and each was guarded by doorkeepers. 3 lakhs of small temples, ornamental pillars and many staircases. When Pushpadant reached the second door, he saw a guard with a trishul in his hand and a smile on his face. His eyes were yellow and his skin shone like copper. He got permission to enter. Once everyone knew he was carrying a message of war, no one stopped him. When he crossed the last door, he came to a room where a radiant Shankachur presided over an assembly of kings. He was seated on a golden throne. The legs were made of precious stones and the throne was decorated with flowers made of colored gems. Overhead was a canopy of gold. Attendants were waving white and colored whisks. Shankachud was resplendent in rich robes and shining ornaments. He wore a garland round his neck and his body was anointed with sandal paste. He was surrounded by great Dhanava kings. Armed Dhanavas were pacing up and down. Seeing all this, Pushpadant was greatly impressed. Then, as per the command of Bhagwan Shankar, he began to deliver the message. Narad, after hearing the words of the messenger Pushpadant, Shankachud began to smile. He said, "Doot, I will come tomorrow morning. You may leave now." Pushpadant went back to Bhagwan Shankar under the banyan tree and repeated the words of Shankachud. At that moment, Kartikeya arrived. In addition, there also came Veerbhadra, Nandishwar, Mahakal, Subhadra, Vishalaksh, Pingalaksh, Bhasasur, Vikampan, Virup, Vikruti, Manibhadra, Bashkal, Kapilakya, Dirghadanstra, Vikat, Tamralochan, Kalkant, Balibhadra, Kalajivha, Kutichar, Balonmat, Ranshlagi, Durjay, Durgam, 8 Bhairavas, 11 Rudras, 8 Vasus, Indra, 12 sons, Agni, Chandrama, Vishwakarma, and 2 Ashwini Kumars, Kuber, Yamraj, Jayant, Nalkubar, Vayu, Varun, Buddh, Mangal, Dharm, Shani, Ishan and Kamdev. Also among the arrivals were the sharp-toothed Ugradanshra, Kotra, Kaitabi and the goddess with 8 arms, Bhagavati Bhadrakali. She came on a jewel-studded conveyance. She was dressed in red robes and around her neck was a garland of red flowers. Her body was anointed with red chandan paste. It was the spontaneous quality of this Devi Bhagavati Bhadrakali to dance, laugh, sing, grant protection to her devotees and instill fear into her enemies. her long and fearful tongue lolled out of her mouth. This Bhagavati Bhadrakali came, accompanied by countless yoginis, and bore in her hands the most fearful and efficient weapons like Shank, Chakra, Gada, Padma, sword, shield, bow and arrows, a large-headed staff, a shining shield, drinking cup as large as a yojan, a trishul which touched the sky, a sword as long as a yojan, a mace, a musal, pestle, vajra, thunderbolt, pash, noose, ketak, large-headed staff, a shining shield, Vaishnav Astra, Varun Astra, Gandharv, Garud, Brahma, weapons of Indra and Pashupati Shankar, Jrimban Astra, yawning, Parvat Astra, Maheshwar Astra, a missile, the pole of Vayu, Sammohan Astra, beguiling weapon, divine weapon mentioned in Atharva Veda, and the 100 divine weapons. Accompanying her was a horde of the most fierce Dakinis, sorceresses, bhoots, prets, pishachis, demonesses, Kushmanda, an ancient sage, Brahma Rakshas, Betal, Rakshas, Yaksh and Kinnars. Together with all of them, Kartikeya offered pranams to his father Chandrasekhar Shiva and got permission from him to join the war. After the messenger left, Shankachud went into the inner apartments of his bhavan and told his wife Tulasi about the message of war. Her lips and talu went dry with fear. Her heart began to beat faster. But she spoke in a calm, soft way. Tulasi said, "Friend of my life, Nath, you are the deity of my life. Wait here for a while. Let me have a darshan of you for as long as possible. My heart is fluttering with agitation." When the night was about to end, I saw a bad dream. Maharaj Shankachud was a wise man. He accepted what Tulasi said and ate his food. He drank water. Then he spoke to Tulasi profound words of truth and benevolence. Shankachud said, "Priye, the fruits of our karmas are woven into the threads of Kal, time. Auspiciousness, happiness, joy, sorrow, fear, grief and prosperity, all these are under the authority of fate or destiny. At the proper time, trees grow, spread their branches and lay down their roots. Then come flowers, and at a proper time the fruits. It is Kal which ripens the fruits. Then in accordance with Kal, the trees wither and die. Sundari, at the proper time trees are born, and at the proper time they reach the end of their existence. It is after accepting these conditions that Brahma started the creation and Vishnu nurtures and protects it. The destruction and dissolution by Shiva is also by Kal. The ruler of Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva is Bhagavati Prakriti. It is she who is called Srashta, Pata and Sanharta. It is only she and she alone who can make Kal dance to her whim. She is the one who is called Parabrahma Paramatma. It is she who, at her own free will, causes the movable and immovable universe to manifest. Sarvesh, Sarvaroop, Sarvatma and Parameshwar are only some of her attributes. The one who creates, protects and dissolves, that is the Param Prabhu you should worship. It is by her permission that wind gets its velocity, the sun gets its heat, Indra gives rain, death stalks living beings, Agni gives heat and flame, and the cool Chandrama circles the lunar orbit. Priya, come to the lotus feet of that Paramatma, who is the death of death, the Kal of Kal, the chief of Yamraj, the Swami of Brahma, the mother of all mothers, and the destroyer of the destroyer. You go to the friend of all friends. Brahma has tied both of us with one string. By this, I was caught in worldly bonds with you. Now, if we are to be separated, it is in the hands of fate. A wise man does not lament this. By the movement of Kal Chakra, joys and sorrows keep following one another. Now it is certain that you will attain Sakshat Bhagwan Narayan as your husband, for which you performed severe penance in Badri Ashram. By tapasya and a boon from Brahma, I had the privilege of marrying you. Kamini, now you will get Bhagwan Shri Hari as your husband. In Golok there is Vrindavan. It is there that Govind will make you his loved one. I will also renounce this Danava body and go to Divyalok. You will see me there. My coming to this great Bharatvarsh was only because of the curse of Shri Radha ji. Priye, listen. My going back to Golok is a predestined fact. Therefore, there is no need to be sad. You will also renounce this body very soon and regain your Divya Roop. Then you will attain Shri Hari as your husband. Therefore, there is no need at all to get anxious or perturbed. Shankachud spoke these beautiful words to Tulasi. Dusk had fallen and the jewelled bed was decorated with flowers and fragrant sandalwood. He lay down on it. Great and glorious thoughts passed his mind. A golden lamp was burning and Tulasi was ministering to him. He kept encouraging Tulasi to be calm and surrendered and gave to her that supreme knowledge that had been given to him by Bhagwan Shri Krishna in the divine Vrindavan. Tulasi became peaceful and serene. She accepted that all creation is transient and destructible. Then they both slept. Chapter 9, Episode 21. Shankachud goes to Pushpa Bhadra, has darshan and beautiful clear dialogue with Bhagwan Shankar. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Shankachud was a devotee of Shri Krishna. He meditated upon Shri Krishna in Brahma Muhurtam and got out of his bed. He took a bath, wore freshly washed clothes, put a shining tilak on his forehead and completed his morning puja using curds, ghee, honey, parched rice, laja and other auspicious ingredients. As per his daily practice, he offered to Brahmins gold, precious gems and clothes. For an auspicious and safe journey, he offered diamonds, pearls, emeralds and rubies to his guru. He distributed among needy Brahmins, elephants, horses and untold wealth. At that time, he also gave away to Brahmins houses, villages and hamlets. Then he coronated his son as king of all the Danavas and gave into his keeping his wife Tulasi, his kingdom and all the worldly possessions. He put on his Kavach, picked up his bow and arrow and assembled his army of 3 lakh horses, 1 lakh elephants, 10,000 chariots and 3 crore infantry armed with bows, arrows and trishuls and wearing armour. He appointed an experienced and knowledgeable warrior as the chief and gave him full command. This chief was capable of saving his army from enemies 3 times their size. Then, putting all his attention on Bhagwan Shri Krishna, he left. Seated on a jewelled chariot, he put his gurus before him and went to do seva and darshan of Bhagwan Shankar. Narad, on the banks of the river Pushpabhadra, there is a beautiful Akshayavat, undecaying banyan tree. Many rishis practicing siddhas have their ashrams there. It is also called Siddha Kshetra. This sacred place is in Bharatvarsh. It is also called Tapobhumi of Muni Kapil. It is situated on the eastern side of the Western Ocean, on the west of Malai Parvat, north of Shrishal Parvat, and the southern part of Gandhamadan Parvat. It is 5 yojans wide and 500 yojans long. In that part of Bharat flows a river which bestows auspiciousness. The water is pure and crystal clear, and it never dries. It is called Pushpabhadra. She presides as the wife of the ocean and is always Saubhagyavati, never becomes a widow. Her source is in the Himalayas. A little distance from the source, she is joined by the Saraswati river. The river Gomati flows to her left. At the end, she joins the ocean Sangam on the west. When he reached this place, Shankachud had a darshan of Bhagwan Shankar. Bhagwan Shankar was sitting in Yogasan Mudra under the Akshayavat. His form was shining like a crore of suns. There was a smile on his face which was luminous and brilliant like a clear gem sparkling in the light. In his hand he held a trishul and his body was draped in tiger skin. Verily, the dear husband of Gauri, Bhagwan Shankar, is beautiful to behold. The air of peace and tranquility that surrounds him removes all fear of death from his bhaktas. It is his nature to grant fruits of all tapasyas and maintain the overflowing bounty of all the wealth in the world. He is very easily pleased. His face is never shadowed by sorrow. He is always eager to grant favors to his bhaktas. He is also called Vishwanath, Vishwabij, Vishwaroop, Vishwaj, Vishwambar, Vishwavar, and Vishwasanharak. He is the causal of all causes and very proficient in delivering his bhaktas from hell. He is the eternal Prabhu who granted knowledge, who is the seed of knowledge and who is Gyan Anand, joy of knowledge. Danavraj Shankachud beheld him and immediately got down from his chariot. Then with all his followers, he bowed humbly and offered pranams to Bhagwan Shankar. At that time, on the left side of Bhagwan Shankar presided Bhadrakali and in front of him Swami Kartikeya. The three great powers blessed Shankachud. All those present, including Nandishwar, stood up respectfully. Everyone spoke to everyone. Then Shankachud accepted a seat beside Bhagwan Shankar. Prasannatma Bhagwan Mahadev began to speak. Mahadevji said, Rajan, Brahma is the creator of the entire universe. He has a son called Dharam. The son of Dharam is Marichi, who has complete and total devotion to Shri Hari. Marichi had a most dharmic son Kashyap. Prajapati Daksh happily gave his 13 daughters to Kashyap in marriage. One of these daughters was a chaste and virtuous lady who was called Dhanu. She had 40 sons who are known as the splendid and glorious Dhanavas. The most brilliant and powerful Dhanava was Viprachit. He had a son, Dhamb, who was a Dharmatma, chaste and virtuous, and also a great devotee of Bhagwan Vishnu. He appointed Shukracharya as his guru and went to Pushkar Kshetra and chanted the great mantra of Bhagwan Shri Krishna for a period of 1,00,000 years. Then he was blessed to have you as his son. In your previous birth, you were the main courtier of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. You were the most famous of all the Gopas. In this birth, you have come as a Danava king because of a curse you received from Sri Radhika. The Vaishnavas, devotees of Sri Vishnu, consider as insignificant and of no consequence any other god from Brahma downwards. They only recognize and worship Bhagwan Shri Hari. They even refuse to accept the 4 kinds of salvation offered to them: Salokya, Sarshti, Sayujya, and Samipya. They have no faith or reverence for Brahmatva, knowledge of the Supreme Self, or Amaratva, immortality. They totally discount the state of godhood or manhood. You are one of the foremost Vaishnavas as Bhakta of Shri Krishna. Then, why is your mind entangled with this worthless and meaningless kingdom of gods? Rajan, return the kingdom of the gods to the gods and protect my qualities of love and forgiveness within you. Be happy and satisfied with your own kingdom and let the Devas be happy in theirs. There should be no hostility or rivalry between you because you are all descendants of Kashyap. If one measures the sins arising out of Brahma Hatya with the sins arising out of hatred of one's kith and kin, then the proportion is more than 1:16. Rajendra, if you are worried about danger and loss of your wealth and possessions, just think. Is there anyone or anything in this universe that is permanent and indestructible? When the time comes for dissolution of creation, even Brahma goes out of existence. By the power of Parabrahma, he again manifests. His memory and recollection is concealed. By the Ichcha of Ishwar, he does tapasya and gets the supreme knowledge. This is the absolute truth. Then, with this Nirmal Vidya, he gradually accomplishes his job of creation. And he gets the title of creator. Rajan, in Satya Yuga, no one speaks untruth. That is why in that Yuga, Dharma reigns in its complete form. That same Dharma reduced to 3 parts in Treta, 2 parts in Dwapar, and 1 part in Kaliyugas. Like the waning moon of Amavasya, by the end of Kaliyug, Dharma remains only in name. The heat of the sun is intense in summer season, but it does not shine with the same intensity in winter season. Even in the span of one day, the sun cannot shine equally in the morning, noon, and evening. According to the degrees of Kal, it takes on the appearance of a newborn sun, and by noon it is in its prime, shining warm and brilliant. Then by evening it becomes weak and sinks. And sometimes Kal causes darkness even when the sun is reigning in the sky. It trembles when it is eclipsed by Rahu and then becomes brilliant again. Rajan, the moon which reaches to complete glory during Purnima cannot remain luminous forever. It keeps reducing day by day. Then again it waxes. From Amavasya, it starts increasing and decrease once again. The moon of Shukla Paksh is bright and luminous, and during Krishna Paksh it is faded and weak. During an eclipse, the beauty of the moon is completely hidden, and when the sky is full of rain clouds, it cannot shine through. With the passage of time, the moon is sometimes full and sometimes dark. Bali is the king of Sutal Lok, one of the nether worlds. But at this time, his kingdom has been snatched away from him. At the appointed time, the world is dissolved, and then by the influence of Kal, it is again created. By the instigation and impetus of Kal, creation and dissolution constantly takes place. Kal can only be compared to Parabrahma Paramatma because that is verily Parameshwar. It is by the grace of Parameshwar that I am Mrityunjay. Therefore, that which no one sees, I witness that Prakrit Pralay again and again. That same Parameshwar is at same time both Prakriti and Purush. He is the eternal spirit and he is the living creation. He assumes multifarious forms and actions. By virtue of the action, it gets a name and attribute. It is from that Parameshwar that Shrishtikarta Brahma, Palankarta Vishnu, and Samharkarta myself, Mahadev, have manifested. It is by his grace that we are creator, protector, destroyer. Rajan, at present I have commissioned the fierce and blazing Rudra to perform the work of dissolution, and myself am engaged in singing continuously the praises of Parameshwar. It is because of this that Mrityu, death and destruction cannot touch me. Even Mrityu fears Mrityu like snakes fear Garud, the condor. Narad, Sarvesh Bhagwan Shankar was presiding in the middle of the assembly. After this profound discourse, expressing the magnitude of his knowledge and sentiments, Bhagwan Shankar became silent. Danavraj most humbly thanked Bhagwan Shankar again and again. Then he spoke. Shankachud said, Bhagwan, whatever you have said can never be denied or misconstrued. I have a genuine prayer. Be pleased to hear me. You have just condemned Jati Droha, enmity within the clan, as a great sin. I have come here with all the wealth and possessions of Bhali. Therefore, it belongs to me. At that time, Bhagwan Shri Hari was protecting Bali, so I could not bring him along with me. Parabrahma Paramatma is verily Prakriti Swaroop. This entire creation is just a venture for his entertainment. At whatever time, whatever wealth he grants to any person belongs to that person. It is this wealth and power that has been the cause of contention and dispute between the Devas and the Danavas. It has been going on since the beginning of time and there does not seem to be an end. According to the dictates of time, sometimes they are victorious and sometimes they lose, and sometimes we are victorious and sometimes we lose. Therefore, you cannot take sides. You are verily friend, God and Paramatma equally for both sides. If we now go to war with you, it will be highly improper for you. For us, if we win, we will achieve great honor and fame. But if we lose, not much harm will come to our reputation. Muni, hearing these words of Shankachud, Bhagwan Trilochan, three-eyed, began to laugh. Then he began to reply, Rajan, all of you belong to the clan of Brahma. Then there is no shame in my fighting a war with you, nor will I lose any honor if you are victorious. Before this, did not Shri Hari fight a war with Madhu and Kaitab? Rajan, he also fought with Hiranyakashipu and once with Hiranyaksh. I myself have fought a war with a Daitya called Tripur. And this is not all. Sarveshwari, Prakriti Bhagavati Jagadamba herself fought a war with Shumb and other Asuras. You are verily a partial manifestation of Paramatma Shri Hari and also his foremost attendant. Whatever Daityas have been killed so far, none was as strong and powerful as you. Then Rajan, why should I feel ashamed to confront you? The gods went to Shri Hari's charan for protection. It is he who sent them to me. Therefore, you must return the kingdom to the Devatas. That is all. Either you return the kingdom or prepare to engage in war with me. Now, there is no point in further debate. Narad, when Bhagwan Shankar finished speaking, Shankachud arose and left with his ministers. Chapter 9, Episodes 22 and 23. Fierce and dreadful battle between Bhagwan Shankar and Shankachud. The Trishul of the Lord reduces Shankachud to ashes. Return of Sudama to Golok. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, after bowing before Mahadevji and offering pranam, Shankachud left with his ministers. At the same time, Bhagwan Shankar gave the order for battle. Shankachud was also ready with his army. Fierce fighting began and the two sides fought against each other. Mahendra fought with Vishparva, Bhaskar with Viprachiti, Chandrama with Dhamb, Kal with Kalasva, Agnidev with Gokarn, Kuber with Kalkeya, Vishwakarma with Mai, Mrityu with Bhayankar, Yama with Sanhar, Varun with Vikank, Samiran with Chanchal, Buddh with Dhritprisht, Shanaishtar with Raktaksh, Jayanti with Ratnasar, Vasuganas with Varchasvi Ganas, the Ashwini Kumars with Deeptiman, Nal Kubar with Dhumra, Dharm with Durandhar, Mangal with Ushaksh, Bhanu with Shobhakar, Manmat with Pitar, the Adityas against Godamukh, Churn, Khadga, Dhwaj, Kanchimukh, Pind, Dhoom, Nandi, Vishwa and Palash. The 11 Rudras fought against 11 dangerous Rakshasas, Mahamari against Ugra Chanda and others. With the Danavas, all the Nandishwaris fought. The situation compared with Pralay Kal. Bhagwan Shankar was seated under the Vatvriksha banyan tree with Swami Kartikeya. Muni, the battle was fearsome and ferocious. Shankachud was seated on a jewelled throne and surrounded by Danavas. Many warriors of the army of Bhagwan Shankar had been killed by the Danavas. Their bodies were riddled with holes. Swami Kartikeya became furious. He granted Abhay protection to all the Devatas. The Ganas felt their strength enhanced. Then he himself entered the battlefield and single-handed defeated 100 Akshauhini armies, each consisting of 1,09,350 foot soldiers, 65,610 horses, 21,870 chariots and 21,870 elephants. Innumerable asuras were slain by the lotus-eyed Bhagavati Bhadrakali. When the Danava army began to falter, Shankachud entered and began to rain arrows all over. They were so fast and numerous, they looked like a rainstorm. When this created darkness, he made use of Agnayastra, fire-emitting missile. The Deva army was in disarray. Only Sri Kartikeya continued fighting. Then Shankachud caused all kinds of mountains, snakes, stones and trees to fall on him. No one could control the avalanche. Then that powerful Danava broke the heavy bow and the divine chariot of Sri Kartikeya and also seriously injured his peacock. Then he aimed his blazing weapon, Pran Gatini Shakti, life-taking, at the chest of Sri Kartikeya. For a moment, Sri Kartikeya fainted. Then, as soon as he regained consciousness, Sri Kartikeya picked up his divine bow. This bow had been given to him a long time ago by Sri Vishnu. His chariot was equipped with special weapons. He took them and began a fierce attack. But Shankachud could not be defeated. He was proficient in the art of Maya and he created an illusion of a web of arrows which trapped Sri Kartikeya. Danavraj also possessed a weapon which always returned to him after hitting the target. It shone like 100 suns and glowing like blazing fire. It was enveloped in the power of Vishnu Tej. He used this against Sri Kartikeya, who fell down unconscious. Then Bhadrakali carried him and took him to Bhagwan Shankar. The Lord revived him and endowed him with additional Shakti. Sri Kartikeya got up and Bhadrakali entered the battlefield. Along with her went Nandishwar and all the other warriors. Seeing Bhadrakali, Shankachud advanced. The other Danavas were overcome with fear, but Shankachud gave them courage. Bhadrakali shot her blazing Agni Ban, but the Danava laughed and cut it with his Parjanya Astra. In the same way, he destroyed the effect of her Varunastra and Maheshwarastra with his Gandharvastra and Vaishnavastra. After this, the Narayanastra together with a mantra was used by Kali. This weapon had its effect. As soon as Shankachud saw it coming, he got down from his chariot with folded hands. The Narayan Astra came like blazing doom, but it rose upwards and Shankachud prostrated before it and offered pranam. Then the Devi used her mantra and Brahmastra, but Shankachud defended it off with his Brahmastra. The Devi sent one more divine weapon, but Shankachud enveloped it in a web of arrows. Then the Devi picked up her Pashupatastra, which had been energized with mantras, when suddenly there was Akashvani, divine sound from heaven. This king is a noble soul, and his wife is chaste and virtuous. Pashupat Astra does not have the power to kill him. As long as he wears the Kavach, protection, of the mantra of Bhagwan Shri Hari around his neck, and as long as his wife protects her virtue and chastity, old age and death cannot come near him. This is the word of Sri Brahma. Hearing this, Devi Bhadrakali stopped using weapons. She ravenously began to devour all the Danavas in a divine play. She rushed at Shankachud to swallow him. He only got injured, but she could not devour him. She continued to consume the Danava army and was helped by her attendant yoginis. Then Bhadrakali went to Bhagwan Shankar and told him from beginning to end all that had happened on the battlefield. Bhagwan Shankar laughed. Bhadrakali also said, "There are still 1 lakh Danava warriors on the battlefield. These are the ones who fell out of my mouth. When I got ready to fire the Pashupat Astra, there was this Akashvani which said, 'The Danava king is invincible and cannot be killed by you.' After that, this wise and brave king stopped fighting. He only used weapons to fend off my divine weapons." Bhagwan Narayan says, Bhagwan Shiv is most competent and skillful in the handling of elements and principles. After listening to the description of the battlefield from Devi Bhadrakali, he descended on the battlefield with his ganas. When Shankachud saw him, he got down from his chariot and with great humility and bhakti prostrated before him and offered pranam. After that, he mounted his chariot and began battle with Bhagwan Shiv. The fighting lasted for a very long time and there was neither victory nor defeat for anyone. Sometimes Shankachud would put down arms and rest in his chariot, and sometimes Bhagwan Shankar would rest on Rishabh. Countless Danavas were killed by Sri Shankar's army. Also, any Devatas who were killed by the Danavas were brought back to life by Sri Shiva. At that time, Bhagwan Shri Hari came, disguised as an old Brahmin, and spoke to Danavraj Shankachud. Shri Hari, in the form of a wise old Brahmin, said, "Rajendra, kindly give me some alms. At this time you are the only one who can give all the Shaktis. Therefore, please grant my desire." I am old, thirsty, and needy. After you promise to grant my request, I will tell you. Rajendra, Shankachud readily promised to give the Brahmin whatever he wanted. Then the Brahmin covered him with Maya and said, I desire to have your Krishna Kavach. Shankachud immediately removed the Kavach and gave it, and the Brahmin took it. Then the same Sri Hari assumed the form of Shankachud and went near Tulsi. He tricked her into believing that he was Shankachud and had relations with her. This broke her claim to virtue and chastity. Actually, in principle, she was verily the beloved wife of Sri Hari. At exactly the same time, Sri Shankar picked up his Trishul, which had been given by Sri Hari, and got ready to use it on Shankachud. That Trishul shone like the midday sun in summer and was as hot as the destroying fire of Pralay Kal. That Trishul was Durnivarya, invincible, Durdharsh, difficult to be caught, Avyarth, never fruitless, and Shatru Samharak, accurate and guaranteed to kill the enemy. That Trishul compared in brilliance and efficiency with the chakra itself. That formidable Trishul could only be wielded by Shiva or Keshav, no one else. It is Sajiv Brahma, living divinity. It never changes and not everyone can see it. Narad, that Trishul has the power to destroy the entire universe. In divine play, Bhagwan Shankar picked it up and threw it at Shankachud. The wise king understood what had happened. He immediately threw down his bow, sat in Yogasana position, and with Ananya Chitta, where the attention of the devotee merges into the attention of God, meditated upon the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Krishna. The Trishul hovered for some time, then it fell on Shankachud and instantly turned him to ashes. As soon as his Danava body was destroyed, he assumed the divine form of a gop. He was just a young boy of 15 or 16. He had 2 arms. He held a murali flute in one hand. He was decorated with divine ornaments. Then suddenly a jeweled conveyance arrived from Golok. Many gopis were seated inside. Shankachud sat in the divine vehicle and was carried away towards Golok. Muni, at that time Ras Mandal was in progress and Bhagwan Shri Krishna and Bhagavati Radha presided. As soon as Shankachud reached, he prostrated and offered pranam. Seeing their beloved Sudama, both were very pleased. They embraced him and put him on their lap. Then the Trishul came back to Bhagwan Shankar. The conch was born out of the bones of Shankachud. That same Shank is used as a sacred article during pujas. The water from the Shank is very pleasing to the gods and it is considered Tirth Jal, holy water. Only for Shankar it holds no reverence. Wherever there is Shankadhvani, sound of the conch, there presides Bhagavati Lakshmi. Anyone who baths with water from a conch receives the fruits of bathing in all the holy places. The Shank is verily the dwelling place of Bhagwan Shri Hari. Wherever a Shank is kept, there will preside Bhagwan Shri Hari together with Bhagavati Lakshmi. Anything inauspicious cannot exist there. After killing Shankachud, Bhagwan Shiv returned to his abode. He mounted Vrishab and went, accompanied by his Ganas. The gods were very joyous at getting their kingdom back. The heavens resounded with divine drumbeats, and the Gandharvas and Kinnars sang divine songs. Flowers rained down from heaven on Bhagwan Shankar. The gods and the Munis praised him again and again. Chapter 9, Episode 24. Shri Hari, disguised as Shankachud, breaks Tulasi's vow of chastity. Shankachud goes to Golok. Tulasi and Shri Hari remain on Bharatvarsh in the form of plant and black stone. The importance of Tulasi and qualities of Shalgram. Naradji said, Prabhu, what form did Bhagwan Narayan assume when he went to Tulasi? Please tell me about this incident. Bhagwan Narayan says, Narad, Bhagwan Shri Hari is always alert to fulfill the desires of the Devas. He used his Vaishnavi powers of delusion to trick the Kavach out of Shankachud. Then he assumed the form of Shankachud himself and went to the house of Tulasi. Breaking her virtue and chastity was the only way to ensure the killing of Shankachud. Seeing her husband returning from the war, she celebrated with joy and welcomed him with her whole heart. They spoke about the war, and then Jagat Prabhu Bhagwan Shri Hari, disguised as Shankachud, went to bed. Tulasi also slept with him, but later she realized that something was not right. She immediately asked, Mahesh, one who deceives, tell me who you are. You have destroyed my chastity through deception. I am no longer virtuous, and for this I am going to pronounce a curse on you. Brahman, out of fear of being cursed, Bhagwan Shri Hari manifested in his most pleasing form. Tulasi beheld that eternal Prabhu, Deveshwar Shri Hari. The Lord was of the color of a dark, new rain cloud. His eyes were like the petals of a full-blown lotus. He was as beautiful as Kamdev. He wore divine jewels and ornaments. There was a smile on his face. He wore pitambar robes. Tulasi fainted. Then when she revived, she spoke. Tulasi said, Nath, your heart is as hard as a stone cutter's chisel. That is how you could be so cruel? You used guile and deception to destroy my chastity so that my husband could be killed. Prabhu, you have no mercy and you are hard-hearted. For no fault of his, your bhakta has been killed. Tulasi began to weep inconsolably. Then the ocean of mercy and benevolence, Kamalapati Bhagwan Shri Hari, with great compassion, began to explain to Tulasi. Bhagwan Shri Hari said, Bhadre, to attain me, you spent many years in Bharatvarsh in tapasya. At the same time, Shankachud, who is a partial incarnation of me, also did tapasya to attain you. He received you as his wife and happily went to Golok. I consider this is the proper time to grant you the fruits of your tapasya. Rame, renounce this body, assume a divine form and stay by me. Like Lakshmi, you also must stay with me forever. This body of yours will become the famous river Gandaki. This holy river will purify the people of Bharatvarsh. Your abundant locks of hair will become a plant which will be known by your name Tulasi. At every puja, Tulasi will occupy the highest place among leaves and flowers. Whether it is Swarglok, Martyalok, Patal or Golok, you will always be by my side. Your abodes will be in Golok, the banks of the Virja river, Ras Mandal, Vrindavan, Bandirvan, Champakwan, Manohar Chandanvan, and the forests of Madhavi, Ketaki, Kund, and Mallika. The earth below a Tulasi plant will be as holy and blessed as all the Tirthasthans, places of pilgrimage. In order to collect the fallen leaves of the Tulasi, the gods will reside under her shade, and so will I. Anyone who gets a sprinkling of Tulsi Jal can consider that he has taken a dip in all the holy rivers and lakes and has been purified at all yagyas. The satisfaction that Bhagwan Shri Hari gets from thousands of pots of Amrit, he gets the same degree of satisfaction from one single tulsi leaf that is offered. The fruits one gets by free distribution of 10,000 milch cows can be obtained by performing Tulsi Patradhan in the month of Kartik. At the time of death, if a person receives the water of Tulsi Patra in his mouth, he becomes entitled to a place in the abode of Bhagwan Vishnu. The person who daily receives Tulsi Jal with great reverence gets the fruits of 1,00,000 Ashwamedh Yagyas. The person who holds Tulsi leaves in his hands and surrenders his life at holy places, he goes straight to Vishnu Lok. He who wears a mala of beads made of Tulsi wood gets the fruits of Ashwamedha with every step that he takes. There is no doubt in this. The person who makes a promise with Tulsi in his hands as witness and then does not fulfill his promise, he goes to a hell called Kal Sutra for a period equal to the lifespan of the sun and the moon. He who makes a false promise in the vicinity of Tulsi goes to a hell called Kumbipak and stays there for ages. Purnima, Amavasya and dawn and dusk. Ashauch, religious uncleanliness caused by the birth of a child or death of a near relative, after retiring at night or before bath, during these times or when oil has been applied to the body, if one breaks Tulsi leaves, it is equivalent to cutting the head of Bhagwan Shri Hari. Sadhavi, during Shraddh, fast, bestowal of alms, making vows, and during Archana, if the Tulsi leaves wilt, it does not matter because it retains its holiness for 3 nights. Tulsi leaves which have fallen on earth or in the water, or the leaves which were offered to Sri Vishnu, can be washed and used for any other purpose. Golok is an auspicious dham. You will become the presiding Devi of Tulsi and stay by the side of me, Krishna. The river which was born out of your mortal remains will be a most holy river of Bharatvarsh and will become the wife of the ocean. That ocean is a part of myself. You will abide beside me in Vaikunt in the same way as Lakshmi. To honor your curse, I will descend to Bharatvarsh in the form of a black stone called Shalgram. I will live on the banks of the river Gandaki. Crores of insects will use their jaws to carve out my chakra on these Shalgrams. The stone which has one vent will have 4 chakras, and the one which has a one mala and is the color of a rain cloud will be the indicator of Lakshmi Narayan. The stone with one opening and 4 chakras, but the one mala is not visible and yet is the color of a rain cloud, such a stone should be considered a pratima, idol or image of Lakshmi and Vishnu. The stone which has 2 openings, 4 chakras and has the cloven hoof of a cow plus etching of a one mala should be honored as the form of Bhagwan Raghavendra. The stone which has the faint impression of 2 chakras but does not have the lines of one mala, that rain cloud colored stone should be considered to be the image of Bhagwan Sridhar. This stone grants auspiciousness and well-being to a grahasti, householder. The stone which is spherical like a ball, which does not have the one mala but which has very clearly etched 2 chakras on it, that is the announcer of Sri Damodar. A stone which is round, which has 2 chakras plus a bow and arrow etched on it, should be recognized as the image of Sri Rama. The stone which has 7 chakras and a canopy on it is the image of Bhagwan Rajarajeshwar. Adoration of this stone gives royal wealth. The spherical stone of the color of a rain cloud, which bears 14 chakras, should be recognized as the image of Bhagwan Anant. Worship of this grants dharma, earth, calm, and moksha. The stone, which is shaped like a chakra and has on it 2 chakras, Shri and the cloven hoof of a cow, this stone of dark color should be recognized as Bhagwan Madhusudan. The stone, which has only one indistinct chakra, is Bhagwan Gadadhar, and the one which has 2 chakras and the face of a horse should be recognized as the image of Bhagwan Haigriv. Sadhavi, the stone which has a white face, 2 chakras on it, and which looks intricate and formidable, is the form of Sri Narsimha. It grants freedom from worldly desires. The Shalgram, which has a white face, 2 chakras, and a Vanmala etched on it, is very auspicious for householders as it represents Bhagwan Shri Lakshmi Narayan. The stone of Bhagwan Vasudev. By performing archana to this, all desires get fulfilled. The stone, which has a subtle chakra on it and which is full of small holes, is the form of Pradyumna. It gives happiness to the household. The stone, which has 2 chakras joined together and which is white at the back, is the form of Bhagwan Shankarshan and gives joy to householders. The stone, which is a perfect sphere and yellow in color, is identified by the wise as Bhagwan Anirudh, who blesses householders. Wherever there is a Shalgram rock, there resides Bhagwan Shri Hari and Shri Lakshmi with all the holy Tirths around them. Sins including Brahma Hatya, murder of a Brahmin, get washed away by performing puja to a Shalgram. The Shalgram shaped like a canopy gives a kingdom and a spherical stone gives wealth. A Shalgram that is shaped like a cart causes grief, while a sharp pointed stone like a dart can be a messenger of death. Any fast, act of charity, vow or shraddh performed in the vicinity of a Shalgram is special. A person who lives near a Shalgram gets the boons of bathing and visiting all the holy places and also participating in all yagyas. Sadhavi, whatever punyas one gets from reading the 4 Vedas and from tapasya can all be obtained by worshipping the Shalgram. He who uses the water of the Shalgram rock for Abhishek gets the blessings that come from works of charity and pradakshina of Prithvi. The one who drinks daily the water of Shalgram Shila gets the prasad that even the gods pray for. There is no doubt in this. All the holy places desire to purify such a person. Then he becomes entitled to a place near the lotus feet of Bhagwan Shri Hari, and he lives there for many pralays. As soon as he reaches, Bhagwan Shri Hari appoints him as his attendant. Just in the presence of such a soul, all the great sins like Brahma Hatya run away like snakes from Garuda. The dust of his feet purifies the earth. His birth grants release to thousands of ancestors. At the time of death, if a person sips Shalgram water, he gets released from all his sins and goes to Vishnulok. There is no doubt in this. The person who holds a Shalgram in his hands and makes a false promise goes to a hell called Kumbipak and stays there for a lifespan of Brahma. The one who bears a Shalgram and does not keep his promise goes to a hell called Asipatra for a period of 1,00,000 manvantars. Kante, the one who separates tulsi leaves from the Shalgram in his next life will not have a wife. The one who crushes or breaks tulsi leaves with a shank does not have a wife and for 7 births remains ill and infirm. The person who respectfully and lovingly keeps Shalgram, tulsi and shank becomes dear to Shri Hari. Narad, after saying all these things to Devi Tulsi, Bhagwan Shri Hari became silent. Tulsi renounced her body, assumed a divine form, and took her place on the chest of Bhagwan Shri Hari. Kamalapati Bhagwan Shri Hari took her and left for Vaikunth. Narad, Lakshmi, Saraswati, Ganga and Tulsi, these four Devis are the wives of Bhagwan Shri Hari. Then Tulsi turned into the Gandaki river and Bhagwan Shri Hari presided on her banks as the Shalgram rock. Muni, the microscopic creatures that live there, use their jaws to create various types of Shalgram. These stones fall into the water and bestow blessings. The stones which fall on the ground get heated by the sun and turn yellow. These are not to be used in pujas as they are pingala in quality. Narad, I have told you the full story. Now what else would you like to hear? Chapter 9, Episode 25. Description of Tulsi Puja, Dhyan, Namashtak, 8 names and praises. Narada asked, Prabhu, when Bhagwan Narayan performed puja to Tulsi, what was the procedure and what stutis were sung? Please tell me all this. Also, who was the first to perform this puja and how this Devi came to be worshipped? I desire to hear all this from you. Sut ji says, Munivars, Bhagwan Narayan was extremely pleased with the questions put by Narada. He began the purifying story that grants punyas to those who listen to it. Bhagwan Narayan said, Bhagwan Shri Hari gave Tulsi a place of honor and love equal to that of Lakshmi and also made her his wife. Lakshmi and Ganga tolerated the new status given to Tulsi, but Saraswati could not accept it. After being insulted by Saraswati, Tulsi became invisible. She was accomplished in all the siddhis. She removed herself completely from the sight of Bhagwan Shri Hari. When Shri Hari did not see Tulsi, he clarified and explained everything to Saraswati and left for Tulsi one. He uttered a mantra using Lakshmi Bij, Shreem, Maya Bij, Hreem, Kam Bij, Kleem and Vani Bij, Aim, and then added Vrindavan Jai and Swaha to make a Dashakshar mantra of 10 syllables. Shreem, Hreem, Kleem, Aim, Vrindavan Jai, Swaha. Narad, this is Mantra Raj Kalpataru. Whoever chants this mantra and performs puja to Tulsi gets all the siddhis. The puja was performed by Bhagwan Shri Hari using a ghee deepa, dhoop, incense, sindoor, chandan, 9 types of offerings and flowers, and by singing stotras. Tulsi was very pleased and immediately emerged from the plant. She offered pranams to Bhagwan Shri Hari and dissolved herself into his lotus feet. Then the Lord gave her a boon. Devi, may you be worshipped by all. I will bear you on my forehead and on my chest. Not only this, but all the gods will bear you on their foreheads. Then the Lord left for his abode. Bhagwan Narayan says, when Tulsi removed herself from his sight, Bhagwan Shri Hari was very sad at the separation. he went to Vrindavan and sang stutis to Tulsi. Sri Bhagwan said, when the form of Vrinda and the plant became one, then the wise called it as Vrinda. She who is known by this name and she who is Tulsi is dear to me and I worship her. That Devi who manifested in Vrindavan and who is known as Vrindavani, to that Saubhagyavati Devi I offer worship. She who resides in all the plants and receives worship and is called Vriksh Pujita, I worship that Devi. Devi who have purified and made holy innumerable trees and plants. Being separated from such Devi Vriksha Pavani, I offer worship to her. Without Devi Tulsi, any amount of flowers offered to the gods does not please them. That Devi is sad and I am anxious and full of fear. I desire to have a darshan of that crowning glory of all flowers and the great purifier Devi Tulsi. That Devi who gives joy to those who attain her and who is called Nandini, may that Devi Tulsi be pleased with me. That Devi who is incomparable and who is called Tulsi may please accept my worship. That Sadhavi Devi Tulsi who is eternally dear to Shri Krishna and is therefore called Krishna Jivani, may that Devi protect me. Singing stutis in this way, Lakshmikant Bhagwan Shri Hari remained in Vrindavan. Then there appeared before him Sakshat Tulsi and offered pranams at his lotus feet. Her eyes were wet with tears because of the insult she had received. Shri Hari embraced her close to his heart. With the consent of Saraswati, he took Tulsi to his abode and re-established the love between Saraswati and Tulsi. Bhagwan Shri Hari also pronounced a boon. Devi, may you be venerated and worshipped by all. This boon from Bhagwan Vishnu greatly pleased Devi Tulsi. Saraswati offered her a seat beside her. Lakshmi and Ganga were smiling and they took her hands and led her into the bhavan. There are 8 names of Devi Tulsi: Vrinda, Vrindavani, Vishwapujita, Vishwapavani, Pushpasara, Nandini, Tulsi and Krishna Jivani. The person who performs puja and sings the stotras containing this Namashtak, he gets the fruits of an Ashwamedha Yagya. During the Kartik Purnima, Tulsi manifested herself and the first puja was performed by Bhagwan Shri Hari. Since then it has become important to perform puja to Vishwapavani Tulsi on Kartik Purnima day. It grants release from all sins and entitles one to a place in Vishnulok. He who worships Bhagwan Vishnu with Tulsi Patra during the month of Kartik gets the fruits of performing Godan of 10,000 cows. The chanting of Tulsi Namashtak grants children to the barren, gives the blessing of a good wife, and gives the blessings of good, sincere friends. The sick get rid of their illness, people get rid of bondages, those who are overcome by fear become fearless, and all sins get washed away. Narad, I have told you the Tulsi Stotra. Now I will tell you the procedures for puja and meditation. You already know about meditation. It is written in the Kanva Shaka of the Vedas. Meditation has the Shakti to destroy the greatest of sins. After meditation, one must worship the Tulsi plant with Shodashopchar, 16 methods of worship: Avahan, Asan, Ardhya, Padhya, Achaman, Madhupark, Snan, Vastrabharan, Yagyopavit, Gandh, Pushp, Deep, Naivedya, Tambul, Parikrama and Vandana. The Param Sadhvi Tulsi is the essence of all the flowers. All parts of the plant are holy. She can turn to ashes all sins just like the flames of fire. There is no flower that can compare to her. Her greatness is described in the Vedas. In any situation, she is a purifier. Bhagwan bears her on his forehead. Everyone wishes to attain her. She is eternally free, Nitya Mukt. It is her nature to grant mukti and bhakti to Bhagwan Shri Hari. Wise and learned persons perform meditation, puja and stutis and offer worship to Devi Tulsi. Narad, this is the story of Tulsi. What would you like to hear next?
The Holy Recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavat. Jai Shri Mataji.